Ready? Good evening. Welcome to, the mic's on. You can hear me, right?
On the record.
Okay, we're on the record. I'd like to welcome you to tonight's public hearing. Before we get started, please turn off your cell phones or other electronic devices to avoid any interruptions. If anyone present is planning on presenting testimony, please sign up at the sheet in the rear, back of the room. Anyone who wants an opportunity to speak will have the time to do so. Please step up to the podium when it's your turn and make sure you clearly identify yourself for the record before you begin your testimony. We request that you please keep your testimony focused on the relevant issues and facts for each application. Please remember, these hearings are to allow for members of the public to speak on issues related to land use applications, not to air grievances about each other or your neighbors. We will not tolerate or allow testimony that is hateful in nature and will stop your testimony if it delves into statement other than if it delves into statement on other people's character. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Tonight is Wednesday, the 10th day of December. The time is a little after 6. Set for this public hearing. All three commissioners are present. Do we have any changes to the agenda, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, there is one change that we'd like to make. I'll accept the motion on that. There's one item on the agenda. It is the 10th item on the agenda. I understand, is this correct, Richard?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, item 10, the applicant has requested that item be tabled. We recommend tabling to the January 14th public hearing.
Okay, so to dispose of that one, in case anyone is here, wanting to speak about that one, it's not going to be heard, and so I'll accept a motion to reorder the agenda and to table item number 10.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we reorder the agenda to table number 10, application 2012-01115/S/TE, Breckenridge Land Design, to the January 14th public hearing.
January 14th, is that it? That's correct. Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion is to table application 2012-01115-S/TE, Brecken Land Design, to table to January 14th. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, that's been tabled. Thank you. All right, now we'll move to the first application. I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-01861 ZOA CPA, Ada County Development Services. First, we'll have our staff give us a report. Stacy's going to give us a report on this application, and then because it's our development services is the applicant, do you want to talk about it, Richard?
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stacy will give you the presentation, and then you can open it up for any interested parties who'd like to offer testimony.
Okay. Stacy will give us a presentation. Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Give me just a second to share the right screen here. Okay.
That's hard to leave all those good.
There we go. Thank you for your patience. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Stacy Dupree, Development Services. This first item tonight before you that I have is project number 2025-01861-CPA-ZOA. It is for a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and a zoning ordinance amendment. This project is to modify and reestablish the City of Eagles area of impact and to adopt the City of Eagles comprehensive plan and future land use map as amended. Is it, oh, sorry, give me 1 second here. But it's not.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties. I apologize. So this amendment, for the future land use map amended November 14th, 2017, and the Eagle Area of Impact Boundary Map dated September 10th, 2025. Idaho State Statute 67-6526 regarding areas of impact went into effect in July of this year, 2025, which requires cities to reestablish their areas of impact within the county by December 31st, 2025. So obviously, we're coming up on that date. The City of Eagle adopted an amendment to their comprehensive plan and future land use map on November 14th of 2017. The county is ready to adopt that. The last plan that we had with them was in 2004. The City of Eagle approved an update to their area of impact boundary map on September 10th, 2025. The modified area of impact for the City of Eagle is shown here in the black and brown dotted lines, and the Eagle city limits is shown in yellow. This proposed area of impact includes boundary adjustments between the City of Eagle and City of Star that were previously overlapping. Eagle has also removed an area that has been in the City of Meridian's area of impact, which is shown on the right side of the screen. The picture on the left of the screen gives you a broader picture of the properties that were either added or removed from the proposed City of Eagle area of impact. As outlined in the findings of fact and conclusions of law and shown here, all necessary procedural processes have been completed as required by Ada County Code and Idaho Code. As outlined, as also outlined in the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the new Idaho Code 67-6526 required noticing of any property that was to be impacted by the new area of impacts, whether it be added or removed. So those notifications were sent out as required, and those were all done on September, well, they were done on September 3rd for the City of Eagle. The update to the comprehensive plan amendment is also compliant with the 3 goals outlined in the findings of fact document, and as shown here, these goals support updating comprehensive plans in coordination with the cities and other entities, and supporting land use and development policies and adopted comprehensive plans. As there has been significant growth and change within the City of Eagle, Eagle's current comprehensive plan, future land use map, and area of impact will more accurately reflect the current conditions and future goals of the city, which helps our current planning and comprehensive planning as well. There was only one written, There was only one written response received, and there was no objection or concern. Staff recommends approval of item number 2025-01861-CPA-ZOA, and I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just to make sure, for the record, I understand, all the discrepancies or conflicts that may have been occurred between Eagle, Meridian, and Star have been taken care of in this proposal, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, that is correct. They have all been cleaned up.
Thank you, and if there's going to be testimony, I'll ask them as well, but
Okay. Is there any other questions from, so there was some discrepancy and some additional language that needed to be added, and that's been added?
Mr. Chairman, are we talking about the ordinance amendment?
Yes.
Yes, that has been cleaned up, and we have revised that as well.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 people that have signed up. They didn't say they wanted to testify, but I'll recognize them. The mayor of Eagle, Mr. Brad Pike, is here. Would you like to say anything, Mr. Mayor? You're welcome to. Welcome to our meeting tonight.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be on the other side of the microphone for you. My name is Brad Pike, 660 Civic Center Lane, City of Eagle. And I'm just here tonight to obviously request that you support our boundary and look forward to answering any questions you guys may have in the future. But we're looking forward to. We did a diligent job with Star and Middleton, or Meridian, I'm sorry, and we feel that this is appropriate to move forward. And we just ask that you will consider our boundary adjustment.
Sure. Oh, that's the area of impact, and
Yep.
and the law has changed quite a bit. You understand the new requirements of the law?
Yeah, the 2 mile.
Not just that's one.
Yeah.
But you need to provide city services and potential annexation within 5 years.
Correct. Yeah. So
That's all. That's the new requirements.
Yeah, the new requirements is we have as understood.
Yeah.
And we look forward to participating within the letter of the law for all those additions and
Well, great. Well,
Changes.
welcome to our hearing. We appreciate you being here. Now, there was another gentleman. Does he want to speak? Mr. William Vaughn?
Bill Vaughn's our.
He doesn't want to.
Yep.
Okay. He just
Director, he doesn't
just-
have to speak unless he wants to.
he just motioned. He said he didn't. He didn't. Okay.
Thumbs up, but I just wanted to come and talk to you.
Any
guys.
questions from the?
No questions, just a thank you for your due diligence in giving us the information, because as you know, we have to act on this as well, and what you did with Meridian and Star helps us make that decision, so thank you very much.
Absolutely, and I'm happy that we worked as a team on this, so
Sure. And
thank you.
for doing that. And we have to have this done by the end of the year.
Correct.
Or your city bound, or you don't have an area. Anyway, go ahead. You had a question?
Were there any concerns from citizens on your end for the new proposals?
No, we really had no pushbacks on any of that. We felt that we conversed with the public well enough and informed them that they were able to see the need and understanding with the growth that we're obtaining too, that the boundaries had to be appropriate in the area of impact. So we're happy with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does the applicant wish to speak on this issue?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have nothing additional to add, I believe.
Any additional documents or anything to add to the file?
I would add the exhibit as number 18 to the record, sir.
Okay, that's been added to the record. Okay, I'll close the public hearing on application 2025-01861 ZOA CPA Ada County Development Services. It has to do with the area of impact for the city of Eagle. It complies, from what I can understand, it complies with all the new laws, and we're good to go. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve application number 202-501-861-CPA-ZOA Eagle Area of Impact based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, well, next up is application 2025-01859 ZOA CPA Ada County Development Services. We have Stacy up again to give us the report. This is about STAR. Go ahead, STAR area of impact.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, Stacy Dupree for the record. This item is project number 2025-01859-CPA-ZOA, and it also is for a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and zoning ordinance amendment. This project is to modify and reestablish the City of Star's area of impact and to adopt the City of Star comprehensive plan and future land use map as amended June 7th, 2022, and the Star area of impact boundary map dated July 22nd, 2025. Idaho Statute 67-6526, as previously stated, regarding areas of impact went into effect in July of 2025. The modified area of impact to the City of Star is shown here in the red hash line area, and the Star city limits is shown in blue. Or did I go too far? Sorry. There we go. Sorry. I got them rerouted. So as you can see, this actually, I'm going to just throw this out, and the Mayor of Star can probably confirm this. From what I understand, this has been pulled back from the Jim County line, is now just at the Chaparral line in order to meet the current state law regulations of the being able to serve the properties and within the 5 years, et cetera, for annexation. So just wanted to make a note of that. Also here, the boundaries have been adjusted between City of Eagle, and so that has all been cleaned up, obviously with the City of Star as well. They have cleaned up those areas, which are kind of noted here. So we're happy to have that done. As outlined in the findings of fact and conclusions of law and shown here, all necessary procedural process have also been completed as required by Ada County Code and Idaho Code. Again, property notices were sent out on October 7th for the City of Star. but they were notified, obviously, of the P and Z and board meeting hearings. So also as outlined in the findings of fact, we have noted that the comprehensive plan amendment is compliant with the goals outlined in the findings of fact document, and as shown here, these goals support updating comprehensive plans in coordination with cities and other entities and supporting land use, and updating and adopting the amendment to the future land use map helps ensure that land use and decisions made by Ada County with STAR's area of impact are in accordance with the city's vision for the area. Again, there was only one written response received, and there was no objection or concern. Staff recommends approval of this project, 2025-01859-CPA-ZOA, and again, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify for the record, the first map you showed, if you could show that again.
Let me get it, sorry. Oh, I have to share again, darn it. I apologize, I'm trying to help get our rooms here. Here we go. Going forward? Okay. So this map, if I can get it to blow up here.
No, the very first map that you showed that showed this total city of Star, that one.
That one, okay. So this is the area of impact map, yes.
Right,
Commissioner
that's the
Taylor.
area of impact map. And if you notice, the public, just for clarification, to the left is part of that in Canyon County. Just for people to know, this is Ada County. We're only dealing with Ada County. That other portion that's in Canyon County, Star, is also going through this process with Canyon County, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Day, that is correct.
So that's why if they saw that map and then that other map that you showed, that's, if they were confused, that's why, because we can't deal with anything in Canyon County. I just wanted to make sure people who saw both of those maps might question why we weren't dealing with that's on this map, so,
Yep. Great clarification, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Does the applicant wish to say anything? That's you, you're the applicant.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. No, I do not have anything to add to what Stacy has presented.
Is it Mayor Star? Oh, yeah, there you are. Come on up. We want you to come and. I thought I saw you there. Welcome to our meeting, Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Mayor Chadwick, Trevor Chadwick, 10769 West State Street, Star, Idaho 83669. Questions? I knew you would have a question.
No, it's just a comment.
Sure.
That you, again, to reiterate what Mayor of Eagle just said, you've worked with the Mayor of Eagle. Those are already done. What we're acting on tonight is based on the agreement between the City of Star and City of Eagle, correct?
Correct, yeah, and we also worked with the Mayor of Meridian years ago and rectified that situation at that time as well. And I want to, can I follow up on your Canyon County side? The Canyon County side has already been adopted by the Canyon County commissioners and stuff, so that's all been taken care of, so now this is the final piece for us over here.
I just want to make sure people looking at those two maps
Yeah.
are, why aren't you dealing with that?
Well,
Thanks.
it's in Ron County. Well, thank you. Appreciate your diligence in working with the Mayor of Eagle and it's nice when we have two competing governments that were looking at the same piece of property and got it figured out. We didn't have to make that decision.
No, and at the end of the day, it's the landowner's right to go wherever they
is.
choose to go, right?
I
It's
think
private-
that-
It's a private property right. This is just a
I think so.
thing we have to do with the state.
And
So-
you are aware of the requirements of the new law. You'll need to, within 5 years, either provide services or annex the area of impact.
Yes, sir, I was on the committee that helped establish
Well,
that
good.
law, so I'm very aware
Oh,
of the
yeah.
law.
That's right. That new area of impact law was a result of something that the City of Star was involved with.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's good. Well, thank you for being here, and we appreciate it. And
Chair.
yes, go ahead.
And how was the citizen engagement on your end in Star? Was there any opposition?
I haven't had any opposition. In fact, the landowners on the north side have actually come in and met with us as a city about annexing in themselves here in the near future anyway. So it follows right in line with that. And there's one major landowner up in that area as well, so,
Thank you.
yep.
Good. Well, thank you.
Awesome, thank you,
All right,
appreciate you.
thank you. Okay, do we have any documents needed to be added to the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would also add this one as Exhibit 18 for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, I will close the public hearing on application 20250188959, or excuse me, 1859. And the record being closed, and the application is before the commission. What's the pleasure of the commission? I would suggest we adopt the,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve application 2025-01859-ZOA-CPA, Ada County Development Services application for the city of Star, area of impact.
I'll second that.
okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving along, we have, I'll open the public hearing on application 202501858, ZOA CPA, Ada County Development Services. We'll have Stacy again give us a report. Go ahead, Stacy.
Okay, just one more after this, Mr. Chairman
get
and
it.
Commissioners. Again, for the record, Stacy Dupree, Development Services. This item is project number 2025-01858-CPA-ZOA, and is again for a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and zoning ordinance amendment. This project is to adopt the City of Meridian Comprehensive Plan and Future Land Use Map as amended August 12, 2025, and to reestablish the Meridian Area of Impact. I got to remember to hit this thing. It's not working. Okay, there we go. Just needed to click on it again, sorry. So Idaho State Statute 67-6526 regarding areas of impact went again into effect in July of 2025, which requires cities to reestablish the areas of impact within the county by December 31st, 2025. The City of Meridian adopted an amendment to their comprehensive plan by resolution number 25-2532, approving the amended Meridian Area of Impact boundary as represented on Meridian's future land use map dated August 12th, 2025. The modified area of impact to the City of Meridian is shown here in the darker red outline, and the Meridian city limits is shown in light red. The proposed area of impact includes the removal of 507.34 acres, which is shown in this slide outside of the southwest boundary line, and added 5.06 acres on Amity Road, which was an exchange with the city of Boise. That's this little blip right here where the arrow is, if you can see that. As outlined in the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the required findings have been made pertaining to the new Idaho Code 67-6526, which includes notices being sent to affected property owners and a criteria for establishing, modifying, or confirming the area of impact. So these property owners were also notified on September 30th. Idaho State Code, obviously, for comprehensive plans outline the required findings here shown on the screen when modifying and confirming an area of impact. The update to the comprehensive plan amendment is also compliant with the 3 goals outlined in the findings of fact document as shown here. These goals support updating comprehensive plans in coordination with the cities and other entities, and supporting land use and development policies and adopted comprehensive plans. Updating and adopting the amendment to the future land use map helps ensure that land use decisions made by Ada County within Meridian's area of impact are in accordance with the city's vision for the area. There were 4 written responses for this application. There were no objections or concerns, however. Staff recommends approval of application 2025-01858-CPA-ZOA, and again, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Again, the question, because we're changing the boundary between Boise and Meridian on the east side there. That was, and Boise's going to be up here shortly, but that was with the agreement of the city of Boise and City of Meridian, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, that is correct, and it was, I believe, at the request of the property owner because of topography and who could better serve the property, and Meridian was able to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, is there anyone in the audience wish to speak on this? Anyone from City of Meridian or, yes?
We do have Caleb Hood from Meridian Planning on the line, but he indicated that he's only here to answer questions.
Okay, Caleb Hood, I see he's here and he wants to just, does he want to say anything? Does he want to testify? Only if we have any questions.
If you have any questions.
Okay, do
Mr.
we have any
Chairman,
questions?
Just ask him, so that it's on the record, the same question I just asked staff. City of Meridian has coordinated with the City of Boise, correct?
You should be able to speak now.
Caleb?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is Caleb Hood, City of Meridian.
Sure.
Yes, we've coordinated, thank you for the question. We have coordinated with the City of Boise and other adjacent cities on the request that's before you this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Did you have anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Hood?
If there are other questions, there are other city staff that are in the audience, but no comments or questions. I would just answer in the affirmative to the two previous mayors, to those questions. Again, we've coordinated, we understand the state statute, and we believe this is fully in compliance with that.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience? I don't see anybody else. There's no one else signed up, so how about the applicant? Does the applicant wish to say anything?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, just so you understand, our Ada County Development Services is the applicant on this. Okay, do we have any documents need to be added to the record?
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. The presentation will be exhibit number 20 for the record.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll close the public hearing on application 2025-01858, ZOA CPA, Ada County Development Services. The application being closed. What is the pleasure of the committee, of the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move to approve application number 202-501-858-CPA-ZOA, City of Meridian Area of Impact, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? I'm glad it is comforting and it's nice when our local government officials work cooperatively with one another to get this kind of job done. I appreciate that, and thank you all for doing that. Okay, the motion is to approve the application. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Moving along.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, I will open the public hearing on application 20250-1857 ZOA CPA, Ada County Development Services. We'll ask Stacy to give us a report. Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Stacy Dupree, Development Services, for the record. Again, tonight's project 2025-01857-CPA ZOA is for a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and zoning ordinance amendment. This project is to adopt the City of Boise's comprehensive plan and future land use map as adopted by Ada County on July 10th, 2024, to reestablish the Boise area of impact. Idaho State Statute, as we've talked about several times now, is 67-6526 regarding areas of impact, went into effect in July of 2025, which requires cities to reestablish their areas of impact within the county by the end of the year. The City of Boise amended their future land use map on September 9th, 2025 by Resolution RES-464-25, which is an updated date from what is in your staff report and in your packet as initially submitted by the city, as there was a late annexation that they did submit prior to the hearing. And that was for the Marrero Farms, just so you know. The modified area of impact for the City of Boise is shown here, here in the darker blue outline. and the Boise city limits is shown in light blue. This proposed area of impact includes the removal of 128 parcels located between South Cloverdale Road, between West Lake Hazel Road and Columbia Road. Other modifications include the removal of the 5-acre parcel on Amity Road that was previously discussed with the Meridian application, and the removal of the Williamson River Ranch subdivision, which was the city of Eagle has annexed into their city limits, so it's not, I mean, I guess it's part of their impact area, but it's already annexed, which was part of an agreement also between the two cities. And then there's the addition of 596 acres near Micron that they have included in the area of impact. As outlined in the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and shown here, all necessary procedural processes have been completed as required. Oh, sorry, I'm slow on these buttons, I apologize. But this does show the case numbers with the city of Boise, the areas that have been added or were removed. So the procedures have been, again, property owners were notified on September 30th, and then all other procedures have been done according to Ada County Code and Idaho State Statute. As outlined in the findings of fact and conclusions of law, and to satisfy Ada County Code, including new Idaho Code 67-6526, which includes notice to the affected property owner, sorry, I'm getting behind, and to update the comprehensive plan amendment and be compliant with the goals that are identified here, as well as the comprehensive plan goals outlined in the findings of fact, and which support updating comprehensive plan in coordination with the cities and other entities and supporting land use and development policies and adopted comprehensive plans. Obviously, updating and adopting the future land use maps and areas of impact help ensure the land use decisions made by Ada County within Boise's area of impact are in accordance with the city's vision for that area. There were 4 written responses received, and there were no concerns. The only comment was from the Boise Public Works Department referencing the 2017 sewer extension policy. Staff does recommend approval of 2025-01857-CPA-COA, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
could you put that original map back up again that showed the areas and, well, yeah, there, that one.
Okay.
So describe the southeast corner, that red area, what's that?
So you can probably see it better on this map. This is probably the one you're... So it is this area that they have removed. Again, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley. It does have to do with their sewer policy, and obviously, part of the requirement of the new state law is that they have to be able to provide services to the area. And with their policy, they're indicating that that is not applicable, or they do not have the sources for this area in the southwest, right here.
So you're talking about that area has been removed from their proposal?
Between,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
go
Commissioner
ahead.
Daly, you're referring to the southeast, south of Micron?
Yeah, the Micron, it's what I was talking about.
my apologies. I thought you were talking about the
Well,
southwest.
I'm getting to that one later, so
Hearing's clogged. Okay, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Daley, I apologize. Yes, the area, so maybe you can see it better on this one. It is in this southeast corner here. This is the area that is surrounded by Micron, includes a lot of Micron properties that they have included into their area of impact.
it's in their area of impact, but they haven't annexed it, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, to my knowledge, no. I do not believe that they have annexed all of that, no.
Yeah,
Some.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, they have annexed some of
Some.
that. Yeah,
Some
I
of
believe
it,
that
yes.
the larger portion there on Stacy's other map does show it in city limits, so.
And then
Correct.
the Murillo Farms, that has been annexed as well, correct? And where is that on the map?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so if I can, and honestly, I'm not very good, because it's now shown to be incorporated. This was the new map that they sent over.
Right.
So it's just showing it within the city limits. But I know it is, I want to say it's in this area, right in here. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not real familiar with it, I apologize.
Right here.
Do you know?
Should be.
We can't see that map. We can show her where.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I'm trying to clarify this because some people are going to testify, so I want to make sure when they come up to testify, they understand it as well.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so I'm take it, maybe, I don't know if you saw that, but about where the, if you can see my, I lost my pointer, there it is. So it is in this area where the pointer is, if you can kind of see that on the map now,
Okay.
is where that is.
And then that outlined area that you were describing to me earlier, that in the southwest corner, that area, that is in their current map of impact zone, or you said they've removed it, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, that has been removed from their area of impact.
When did they make that change?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, I believe it was, well, let's see, I can tell you, it would have been as part of this CPA 25-0003, which I believe, if I have the list here, I may not have the current list, it was done in this year.
Okay.
I don't have the exact date.
But it's that small red area you're talking about,
It
correct?
is, that is correct. Mhm.
All right. And those are the only changes. Was there one up north as well, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, these are past actions. This was like a 2016 Area of Impact Agreement that was done quite some time ago. But according to our last adopted impact area, they were showing up for reference, but
For
it's been gone
reference.
for quite a while. So-
I just wanted to clarify, because I know there's some people listed that want to testify, and I just want to make sure they understood all of that as well. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the commission? Well, I want a clarification. Are you telling me the whole southwest area of the county has been pulled from their request for area of impact?
Yep.
Just
Mr. Chairman, it's just Cloverdale Road, let me get it. It is near Cloverdale Road between Lake Hazel and Columbia. So it's within that mile, kind of like
Small
that
area.
2-mile area.
It's that very small red area, though, and it's not,
Correct.
because on that other map, it was confusing. That's why I asked the
Is
question.
that because of the 2-mile limitation? Or do you know?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot answer that question.
Yeah,
That
Mr.
would be
Chairman,
pointy.
it's from the 2 mile. They basically pulled it back right to 2 miles.
Oh, so that is, okay, so that's the rest, but the rest of the southwest area is still in the area of impact. Okay, that they're requesting. All right, good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Stacy, that's why I was asking that question, because it was confusing on the blue map. Go back, go that one. It's because there's that large swath in southwest that's defined there, and I wanted to make sure it was just that little tiny red area that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, I believe it is more this little green area.
Right.
Just a little,
That
okay.
Just that
used to
little-
be, no, I'm sorry, I know, this mouse is really sticky, and I apologize, I'm having issues with
Right.
it, it's
It's that
technical
little area right there.
difficulties on my.
Yeah,
I
it's that little
believe it's
tiny white area now.
These, yeah, this area here.
That's the only area that's been removed.
And it's, right, and it's that 128 parcels.
Okay.
Right, that's why I wanted to make it clear, because it's kind of confusing. You're looking at that map like that's outlined, and that big area is
And
outlined.
that's because of the 2-mile limitation, because that area is not within 2 miles of the city limits, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, well, now we have that cleared up.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the commission to our staff? Okay, is there, I noticed a couple of city councilmen here. Is there any, would you like to speak to this before we start taking public testimony or not? Here to listen. Okay, fine. Well, is there anyone else? I have a list of people that wants to testify on this. Does the applicant wish to speak first?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have anything to add.
Okay, I'll call Carol Vidalis.
Carol Vidalis, 10963 West Oleana in Boise. I'm opposed to this, but I know there's some other neighbors that have prepared big presentation, so I'm going to let them speak, and I'll just say I'm opposed.
Now, are you opposed to the area of impact?
I'm opposed to having this approved, primarily because of the sewer moratorium. I've been to several of I'm not in the city limits currently, but during this year, I've been to multiple town halls that the council members have given, and we've asked about the sewer moratorium and always been given the answer, well, they're not looking at that right now. So if they're not looking at it, I'm not interested.
Well, so you know that if we don't approve that area of impact, it's less likely to ever to ever have the sewer moratorium lifted, don't you?
No.
I think it is. But I don't know, but go ahead. Thank you. Carlos?
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Beck, and Mr. Daly, Mr. Davison. I appreciate your allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Carlos Vidales. I live at 10963 West Oleana Drive, and I also want to express my opposition to this application, and I hope that you deny it. And I'd like to spend the next few minutes to tell you why. Please, the next slide. This application exists because of the law has been mentioned several times here. 67, 65, 26. There's a couple of provisions there. One is that in areas of the impact, it's not supposed to be to stop growth or development in the area. And the city of Boise, in this case, is supposed to provide sewer services within the period of time. Well, you know, the city of Boise maintains a sewer moratorium, and sometimes the pipes are going right in front of properties, and they cannot connect to it because they will not allow connection until the city has incorporated the areas. By the way, there's a lot, 2.5 acres that you graciously allowed to be developed just north of the McDonald's, 5 miles. I very much appreciated. Those 3 businesses are now running, but they have to be done with septic tanks, even though the pipeline is going right in front of them. So if you please give me the next slide. Whether the city of Boise realizes it or not, their city moratorium is being counterproductive and harmful to Ada County in more ways than one. It is distorting development, it's preventing development, and in the time where we supposedly have a housing shortage, where affordability of housing is very important, well, the moratorium is preventing the construction of businesses and is preventing the construction of houses of all types, expensive houses, cheap houses, all that stuff. Contributing, it turns out that Boise is essentially the worst enemy of affordable housing in the Treasure Valley because there's thousands of acres that could be developed if they only have sewer service that the city of Boise can provide. So if you notice too, there are several lots that are commercially zoned. We got to know me because there was a lot near my house that for 3 years the developer tried to convert from commercial to residential. Why? Because that lot has sewer services grandfathered in. And so it was very desirable for houses. Meanwhile, we didn't have any businesses in there, but now we will because we oppose that rezoning change, and hopefully a developer will put business in there pretty soon. So if you can please go to the next slide. In my opinion, the city of Boise has 2 choices, really. One is to lift the moratorium right away or roll back their areas of impact all the way to the city limits where they do not offer sewer. Because I think that is the intent of the law. If you're not provide sewer, you don't have a right to claim, control over these areas. And the other thing is they could also do is they don't want to provide sewer. Well, let's spin off the sewer service into its own tax district. Do it somehow, but we need it. If I may just take a few more seconds. I don't know that this next slide has anything to do with it, but it caught my attention. Yeah, there you go. That is the area that Commissioner Daly asked about, southeast area impact. It is being de-annexed by the city of Boise. I find it very strange, 127 lots, and I find it very strange for the following reason. If you will please give me the last slide. Those areas that they're going to de-annex, 127 lots, already have sewer service. Ostensibly, it's being de-annexed because it's 2 miles from the city limits, but they already provide sewer service. I would have made an exception to let them have it. But if they don't want to have it, I guess the people would be happy.
Well, it's not being de-annexed. They're taking it out of what they've requested as their area of impact. and they already have sewer service, but it's against, the law only provides the area of impact to go 2 miles, and that's beyond 2 miles from the city limits.
So I understand. Thank you very much for the clarification. If you have any questions from me, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, any questions from go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Carlos, just clarification, make sure I understand it. So you're saying sewer is out there, but because of the moratorium, people aren't allowed to hook up to it?
That's correct.
And that's what you want the moratorium lifted, so that they can, in fact, hook up to those
Yes,
things that
you
are
know,
already
there
there.
were.
It's not new sewers, it's just something that's already there.
Right, it's not even laying down new pipes. The pipes are going so close that the developer can pay to connect to them and develop his land, but he's not allowed to do that. And there's a number of developers like that.
So I just want to get this clear then for the record. You're opposed for this to be in the area of impact because of the sewer moratorium, but you would not oppose it if the city would lift their moratorium?
Correct, sir.
Because you're interested in, because the sewer lines are already there, the developers have paid to put them in, they're all over, and there's, because of the policy which was adopted in, what was it, 11 or 12? I can't remember.
2014,
It was 2014?
reinstated 2017.
2014, okay. And then redone in 2014. And it just takes a simple resolution or something to lift that moratorium.
That's my understanding. It's just
Yeah.
a policy.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
So you're suggesting we condition our vote on the area of impact on their removing of the moratorium?
At the very least, sir, I think that the policy of the sewer moratorium is the most harmful policy that Boise has for the entire area.
And where's your house on the map there? You're in the area to be added to the city of impact? Area of
No, my
impact?
house is already inside the city of area of impact. I know we will be annexed one day. We knew that when we purchased the house. We are resigned to it, you can say that.
Sure.
So that is not the problem. The problem that is preventing development, and I know there's a lot of people hurting for lack of businesses, mostly for lack of housing.
And go ahead.
I just, to close it out, basically your position is that the sewer moratorium in your neighborhood is hindering development or businesses that people are asking for, and
Absolutely.
thank you.
So if there could be some infill, then that would be more motivation for commercial. And what you're really looking for is more commercial out there, is that not correct?
Yes, I prefer more commercial in the places where it's appropriate, but I also know there are people that would like to build homes, and they can't.
Right. Okay, well, I think we understand your position. Carlos, thank you. Any other questions?
Nope, I think that's been.
Thank you, Carlos.
That's been clarified, want to make sure that as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, Tucker Johnson. Good evening, Tucker.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tucker Johnson, 1159 West Apple Creek Court, Eagle. I stand not opposed to it, provided there's a condition that there be some serious action soon. My father and I, being residential developers local, born and raised here, father was a judge, worked with the city and the county over the last 25 years to extend that sewer into southwest Boise to revitalize the shopping center that is now Albertsons. We extended that sewer line at our own dime and expense 4 times over a mile to slowly work our way towards what was a bunch of septic tanks filling on some existing neighborhoods, including what was then the Alessandros or something to that effect. Brought that sewer line all the way there under some special circumstances with the city of Boise for sewer outside the city limits, but spent reasonable amount of resources and time and effort. And abruptly in 2014, despite an potential agenda of multiple meetings between the county and the city kind of abruptly, changed the sewer policy to basically a moratorium. The definition of moratorium is a temporary condition. This has been over a decade. So it's held things hostage, frankly. And there's there's very few parcels that are large out there. In fact, we own 22 acres out there that could be readily developed into residential and support more commercial enterprises. I think the gentleman after me owns some 5 acres along Lake Hazel Road that could be developed into more commercial. The services that the residents need is part of the comprehensive plan for the last 20 years for a community center around the Albertsons intersection. But because of the sewer moratorium, they're not allowed to subdivide that property because it wasn't grandfathered before the abrupt change in the sewer policy. So I'm not opposed to the city's boundaries and compliance with the state code. My point would be that it should be conditional. It's been a decade. We shouldn't wait another 5 years, frankly. It should be maybe an annual review to come before the body and say, how is the city of Boise working to help sustain and make it livable and the longevity and success of the residents in that area, which also impact people within the city limits right now. They're having to drive further for services. They're having to drive and clog the roads further instead of walking to an Albertsons near door. But Albertsons by itself or the new tire store and so forth is not enough. There needs to be more services. So the sewer needs to flow for the commercial, and the sewer needs to flow for additional residential to kind of infill the last few bigger parcels or even small parcels. And those two are symbiotic. Commercial needs residential, residential needs commercial. And they need to come in tandem together. And it can't be punted down the road another 5 years, frankly.
Go ahead. We'll get.
So I'd stand for questions. I've been working in this area developing over 2,000 lots in southwest Boise. So I have a lot of history and understanding. There's several complexities to it, I understand from maybe Boise's perspective. The current leadership hopefully will address this issue. This is a holdover from a decade ago, the Dave Beater era, if you will.
Right.
And it's just time to push this issue forward in a timely and meaningful manner.
Well, inasmuch as you and your father built a lot of those sewer lines that are out there, you would know about the capacity. What would you say is the capacity of the Boise City sewer system to accept any new sewage?
My understanding in talking with Public Works at the city of Boise, which we work hand in hand with very well, is there's sufficient capacity without question. A lot of it currently temporarily flows to a Rockhampton lift station that my father and I built ourselves, and then 1.5 miles of pressure sewer main to the north. And with time, that will be replaced, that lift station will be replaced. But the city of Boise back in about 2000, 2002, in that era, spent a lot of money boring dual large diameter, I think they were 36 or 48-inch pipes under the interstate, both lanes of interstate, to get that sewer capacity and to the Cloverdale corridor out to this area and beyond. There's been discussion with them many times over the decades of their planning was grand and sufficient, and there is capacity there. It's not a capacity issue. It's a political will issue, perhaps.
Well, that's what I've read some studies some reports that there's plenty of capacity for clear even out farther beyond the way that those big lines, it's right by Cloverdale, isn't it? It's where it goes.
It runs right, we built it.
Yeah, it goes right under the.
We paid
freeway.
for it.
Under the freeway, yeah, okay.
Not that part, we paid for after that.
Yeah, getting out, all right. Well, good enough. Any other question? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of reiterations, I guess, and clarifications in my mind. So what you're saying is basically all the current sewers out in that area were paid for by developers, okay, for the most part.
That's a broad brush, but generally true. If a homeowner had a septic system fail, which wasn't me, so I don't have firsthand knowledge of this, but if they could go with the city and help, then the city and they would work together to extend it from, say, the sewer line I installed just down the street a bit further to connect, and anybody that would want to connect of the existing homes could connect, or a landowner, and they'd pay their fees towards it. So Boise might have funded some of it initially, but the sewer fund, as I understand it, is a self-sustained fund. It's not a profit center, it's not a loss center, but it's designed to take care of itself. People pay their monthly sewer bill.
Go ahead.
So what you're saying then, self-sustaining fund, actually having more people hook up to it would help sustain the fund.
I can't speak fully because I'm not a city employee of Public Works, but that's my general understanding. That's how they're designed to work, in my 35 years of experience doing this.
And one more
Go ahead.
question. So based on what you said, basically it's infill is what we're doing. And philosophically, that's where Boise is trying to infill. So
More or less.
it fits, it would seem to me to fit in the philosophy of the city of Boise to provide opportunities for infill.
I think that's a fair representation, yeah.
Thank you.
There's some complexities to it, but yes.
Yeah, there are certainly complexities, and I know the commissioner said that you paid for the sewers, but that's really not quite accurate because you paid for it. You're not a philanthropic organization, and so when you sold your lots, you got reimbursed. Is that not
That is
correct?
correct. So every homeowner paid in their house price, just like every month, a
Exactly.
homeowner pays for their sewer bill. The sewer bill maintains the lines,
Exactly.
contributes to the
So-
plant
so
function.
But you fronted the money to build the sewers, and then you got reimbursed when you sold the lots, and that's how that works, correct? Yeah.
Well, I guess that's where I was going as well.
Yeah.
It's been paid for already, and either the homeowner or the developer has paid for it, and then the ongoing costs are paid for by the ones who use it.
Correct.
That's the whole point. It's,
Yeah, to Commissioner Beck's point, if I was a bread maker, yeah, I bought the cost of the flour, and then, yeah, the end user ended up paying for it in the price of the loaf of bread, but exactly.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Have you heard anything from the city that they're looking at reevaluating their moratorium?
I think there is some new energy. I think this topic right here could provide some additional energy, push, encouragement. Good people there, work with them all. They just need to give some attention, recognize it's outside the city limits, but the decisions that have been made are kind of still in place, are negatively impacting the livability, the viability of the area. The American citizens, paying their taxes too. And maybe there's a way that Boise could work towards annexing it over time, which has been conversations for years, and then it would die, and another conversation would die. But being stuck, unable to provide housing in a critical housing shortage in a prime location and commercial development as well is just not right. Change needs to happen, momentum forward, policy change, a moratorium ended, in my opinion.
And while you don't live out there, you own property in the area.
Yes.
That would benefit from.
And that could benefit the area because of what I
Benefit the
do.
area because of, as previously discussed, to get more commercial, you have to have more rooftops, correct?
Correct.
And that would benefit the area certainly as well. So if I understand your position, is you're not opposed to the area of impact as long as there's sewer added to it, kind of like what Carlos was talking about,
I
correct?
would suggest there be some kind of a conditional approval that's suggesting that there be a revisit of the issue way shorter than 5 years. It just says, the statute right here just says, cannot be more than 5 years. It can be more frequent, even specifically says that. So let's move this ball forward. It's been,
All right.
it's been languishing forever.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you, Tucker.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Nick, Nick Nettles. How are you, Nick?
Poor handwriting.
Yep. Or poor eyesight, I guess.
Good evening, Nick Nettles, 9352 West Avalanche Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709.
Sure.
I've spoke to you commissioners prior regarding the lack of commercial development out there, and I'd just like to explain what the sewer moratorium and my position regarding the AOI is. If you guys accept the area of impact as it stands, I think that there should be a condition, just like Tucker and Carlos spoke of, that the city acquiesce or release their moratorium on sewer services. What it does is it creates a leapfrog of development I can't remember if it was Commissioner Daly or Commissioner Beck that asked about capacity out there. The city of Boise just annexed Muriel Farms, which is a 3,500 home development south of where I live in unincorporated Ada County. So the sewer capacity is there. What this moratorium has done is it has put a bullseye on any commercial lot that has a pre-plat dating from 2014 or later, and it has made it a target for developers to take the commercial ground that's out there and turn it into high residential development. It's unfair. We have citizens out there that need commercial development, and developers, they're businessmen, right? This is capitalism 101. They're going to go for whatever makes the biggest buck, and that is commercial ground that has a sewer access to it. They're going to try to turn it into as many homes as they want to. And actually, the application you guys tabled beginning of the evening, the Brecken time extension. I also think that, from a what is fair, you guys have, I'm hooked up to city sewer. I pay a city sewer bill. I think it's bi-monthly. I think it would be in the city's best interest to allow sewer connections. You'd have more people that are paying, I don't know, $40 a month. I think it's, $70 or $80 bi-monthly to connect to these existing pipes. The pipes are in the ground. It is absurd. And, I would really like the city council members that are here to hear that, my kids are 10 and 9 years old. And there is almost zero commercial out there because developers have put their eyes on this commercial ground that has a sewer access, and they've decided to delay development in the hopes that they can somehow, some way, slam high-density residential on that ground at the expense of the existing members of the community. Commissioner Beck, you've stated multiple times tonight that government agencies working together is such a nice thing to see. I believe in 24 or 23, you find, if you don't mind, I'll just finish.
Go ahead.
You find Commissioner sent a letter to the city of Boise asking them to lift the sewer moratorium.
That was us. We did that.
Yes, I know, that was you three. So I just find it almost comical, but to the point where you want to cry, that, we've asked multiple times for this moratorium to be lifted so that we can develop land and commercial businesses can be developed. People deserve to be able to, conduct commerce near where they live. So if you approve the AOI, I would hope it was with some sort of condition, because it's time.
Is there any question? Go ahead.
No, just to reiterate or restate, because that's why I was asking that question as well. It seems like the sewer's there, having more people on it would help the sewer system pay for itself.
Well, Commissioner Daley, I think that's a great question. I think that, if you have a capital expense that's already in the ground aging, because the pipes are going to age. I mean, I'm not in the sewer business, but I would assume the pipes are sitting there aging. So if you can have 5,000 customers hooked up to it, or 20,000, while it may, to Tucker's point, while it may cause some more infrastructure costs in lift pumps, at least you spread out the cost of that pipe decaying over 20,000 people instead of 5,000. And really, I know this is really hard to believe, but really improve the quality of life out there for citizens that desperately need commercial ground. So you bring up an excellent point.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, yeah. Okay, Caitlin, is Caitlin D. here? Nope. Is there Scott? Scott Gisson? Hi, Scott.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity. Scott Gibson, 14165 North Ball Manor Place in Boise, 83714. And this is my first meeting, and I'm not a good speaker, so I'm very nervous. Don't ask me any important questions I'm not sure I'll have the answer. If you ask me my birth date, I might not know it right now. I am a member of a family that owns some property out there. I've owned it for almost 20 years, and we also would love to see the AOI have a conditional approval that will lift that sewer moratorium so that we can put more roofs out there. And so I'll just ditto what's been said more articulately from other people. The sewer moratorium's causing major problems, and that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Daley.
I will ask a question that I know you can answer. Easy question. So you live out there, and so what is your neighbors, et cetera, what's the general feeling of the community out there regarding what you just said and what's been said?
Commissioner Daley, I do not live out there, but
You own property.
we own property there, yeah. And just Carlos did a great job, I think, describing what the situation is. So did Mr. Johnson and the gentleman that just spoke. I think that everybody's frustrated, everybody knows the situation, and everybody's ready for the moratorium to be lifted so that things can move forward.
So, I guess, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So my question is, it's not, what we're hearing here is not an anomaly, it's a general kind of a feeling out there in the community,
I believe so, yes, sir. Yeah,
in your opinion?
in my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question. Do you believe that if the sewer was, if the sewer policy was changed, because sewer's already there, if the sewer policy was changed, it would enhance the lives of the people out there?
100%. Yeah, I think their life would be enhanced, yeah. There'd be commercial services, there'd be more roofs, all those things, for sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes the number of people that have signed up. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to testify? Oh, we got another one. Okay. Give us your name and address.
Evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you. Doug Miller, 14150 North Broken Horn Road, Boise 83714. I own the commercial development at the corner of Lake Hazel and 5 Mile, right behind Jackson's. When I first purchased it in 17, it was 3.5 acres. It was in the sewer moratorium. I knew this, and came to the commission. We were able to get a private sewer system. Since then, I put in 3 buildings, a human being, 9,000 square foot building that houses some retail, as well as a 7,000 square foot building. 4 years ago, I acquired the 5 acres that was zoned residential at the time, contiguous to mine along Lake Hazel to the west. And in order to change the zoning and to get sewer, we had to do something that you guys were involved in and approved recently that finally got over the end zone, the final plat approved, which was take a 3.5 acre parcel and a 5 acre parcel and make it one 8.5 acre parcel because of the moratorium, so I can extend my private sewer system. When you have a private sewer system, you have minimum flow that you're allowed to do without having a TFM study. Time management, financial, engineers have to put it together, gets recorded against the deed. Time consuming, expensive, which then in turn allows me to develop the commercial. But it doesn't allow me to subdivide having a private sewer system. You know, we went from 3.5 to 8.5 acre. So that is prohibitive for the retailers that I can attract and the services that will come, because a lot of people want to own their own parcel, their own pad. As you've heard from some, and I see it's on the agenda today, the 11.4 acres to the south of me off of a 5 Mile Road, that is not in the moratorium. And, you know, they're able to subdivide and hence put in some retail, which, you know, is good for the neighborhood and the community as well. So we'll stand for questions. I'm here in favor of, quite frankly, you know, what's in front of us, the proposal with some conditions back to the moratorium. It just keeps coming back to that from, you know, it'd be great to be able to have public sewer out there and be able to subdivide and attract some different retailers as well.
So if I understand you correctly, you're in favor of the extending the area of impact to that area so long as there's a condition placed on it,
Yes, sir.
that the sewer
Yes, Commissioner.
moratorium be lifted.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions? Now, and you believe that, because you have property out there, you have commercial property out there, that lifting that sewer moratorium would be a great benefit to that community?
Yeah, undoubtedly. Yep, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? This is Councilman Colin Nash.
Yeah, I just want to be clear.
Welcome to the meeting.
Speaking for myself tonight, not
Yes.
representing the city in any official capacity.
Sure.
I just want to thank folks for coming out tonight and making their voices heard about this. I know this is an issue that neither our council or your commission created, but it is something that we're going to have to solve together. When I first got elected council president, the first week, it was presented to us by staff, a proposal to begin negotiations with the county to lift that sewer moratorium. I think some of those conversations got put on hold to see what council was going to do with Murillo Farms. Since council brought Murillo Farms in, I think there's a clearer view of the city's approach to Southwest Boise. And my ask would be, I know you're up against a tight deadline on approving this, but I think we hear what's been said tonight loud and clear. And I think a lot of the views that have been expressed are consistent with the city's development goals in that part of town. And we're acutely aware, and we want to be in touch in the coming weeks to make sure that we can find a resolution that works for everybody.
Sure. Now, as I understand it, when we adopt this area of impact, if we do, we also adopt your zoning code. Is that correct?
I would
We don't?
defer to.
No, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yeah, we would be adopting, our zoning code would apply in the impact area. We'd be adopting a version of the city's comprehensive plan, though.
Comprehensive plan, okay, excuse me. I get the two mixed up sometimes. Okay. So we adopt their version of their comprehensive plan there. Right, okay. Well, now we've got that cleared up. Any questions of the Councilman Nash? Well,
No, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just thank you for coming, because you and the other council person that's here, the council lady, because it was valuable for you to hear what we heard.
Well, yeah, thank you. And you might can take this back to the city. You've heard the pleas of the people out there. And the main plea that I understood is it improves their lives. It improves their quality of their life, because they want a little more commercial out there. They want a little more infill, and they want to be able to have what was promised to them years ago. And it appears, because I don't know that much about the public works of the city of Boise, but it appears that all the costs have already been paid. It's nothing but a positive to just allow the sewer to be out there. Is that correct? Did I miss something?
That would be my opinion, but.
Yeah, well, I don't know all the details, because I'm not a public works guy, but I do know that we had testimony that the developers paid for all the sewer lines to be hooked up, and then they got reimbursed when they sold their lots, and we know that. And I tell you what, I asked our development services to get me a copy of that southwest area where all the sewer lines were. I at first thought it was a road map. There's so many sewer lines out there. This has got to be a road map, isn't it? There's so many sewer lines out there. Anyway, well, thank you. Appreciate you coming out, because as the individual, as the gentleman said, and as we've said all along, we like to cooperate and work with the city of Boise. In fact, we are on a fairly large joint venture at that big apartment just off of Fairview Avenue that we help that get being built. We like to cooperate as much as we possibly can with the city of Boise.
Thank you, we appreciate it, and it's not gone unnoticed. That's in my district, and we're very proud of that. Thank you.
It's going to be a nice project, I believe.
Yeah.
Great project. Anyway, any other comment? Oh, thank you, Colin. You want to speak, say anything? Okay. We have another city councilman, Ms. Kathy Corliss. She's here as well from the city of Boise. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishes to speak? Okay. Okay, anything you'd like to add, would need to add to the record, a document we need to add to the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, the presentation will be added as exhibit number 20 for the record. Thank you.
Okay, well,
And Madam, what about the gentleman's presentation as well?
Oh, yes, Mr.
Vidal.
I will get that, and that'll be exhibit number 21. Thank you.
okay, that'll be added to the record. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have that taken care of. With that, I will close the public hearing on application 20-250-1857 ZOA CPA Ada County Development Services. The public hearing being closed, and now it's up to the commission. I would recommend that we table this for 14 days, or when would be the most appropriate time? If we table it to try and work with the city a little bit to see if they can't get that sewer opened up, or at least start the discussions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, looking at the calendar, it appears there are two dates available, the December 23rd or the December 30th open business meetings.
Okay, now that cuts it real close on the December 30th, because we have to have this done before the first of the year. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Maybe that helps the
Plus,
decision.
if we were to do something like this conditional thing, we'd have to have some additional verbiage added, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's not entirely clear how we could place a condition, so we'd need some additional advice on that.
Okay, so, well, and we don't know that we're going to do that, but it seems to be the popular sentiment. Is there any other discussion from the board?
Well, I'll just say, I didn't realize we'd have all this testimony on this issue tonight. You know, we've been talking about the sewer moratorium for the last 5 years, at least since I got elected, but this might be the first time that the public's actually had a vehicle to talk to the issue in front of us in a hearing, because we don't have a lot of opportunities for that to come up in a public forum. So, and this might be the first time that I've heard a statement from representatives from City of Boise that lets us know that it is on the radar officially, well, maybe unofficially, since they're testifying on their personal capacity. So it does.
They don't represent City of
It
Boise.
does make me feel good
Represent himself.
that the word is out that the concerns of the public are making it back to City of Boise.
Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, and I would like, this is an example of what we like, and that's the public commenting on what we do here. And so I think I agree with you that we should take some time to consider what was stated here, see what we can work out. So I'm willing to make a motion to that effect, if that's.
Okay, I would suggest the 30th. Give us plenty of time.
Okay. And it's just a simple motion to table it to the 30th, correct?
Our open business meeting on the 30th. And again, the application is closed, so we won't take any more testimony or anything, but we can add something that we can't want to the language if we need to. Correct?
That gives us the opportunity to review testimony. So I would make that motion, Mr. Chairman, that we table application 202501-1857-ZOA-CPA, City of Boise's area of impact, based on the discussion we've had here. And I think, staff, you have direction on what we want to do in terms of further discussion before the 30th of December, correct? So
Yeah,
that
Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you'd like us to do, yeah, I think we can definitely coordinate on the topic of conditional approval. We could certainly even reach out to Boise City for any comment they're willing to provide on the sewer topic, if that's of interest as well.
Okay, so table it until the 30th of December based on the discussion tonight and giving the staff time to work out what we want to do in terms of that final
All right.
decision.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Second the motion. Well, I'd like to add, I want to thank the two councilmen that are here and their show of interest in this area and their positive concerns, and I'm sure that they can take the mood of what was happening here tonight back to your colleagues on the city council and let them know that the only thing we're really asking is to improve the lives of the people in the area, and that would definitely improve their lives. So with that,
Mr. Chairman, just as an amplification of what you just said, and that's also improve their lives and what they expected when they bought the property in that area.
Exactly, and that's all and it's always better, and I think we've demonstrated that this evening, when local government works cooperatively together, it's better for the whole community, and we appreciate that. So, all right, I'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next up, I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-01512S and 2006-007, 1-DA-DM Rocky Mountain Companies. And we're going to have our staff give us a report. Doug? Go ahead.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01512-S and 2006-00071-DA-DM is an application for a preliminary plat for the proposed 12-lot Hazelton Commercial Subdivision and a modified development agreement. The property is generally located at 6381 South 5 Mile Road and contains approximately 11.4 acres within the Community Commercial District and the Medium High Density Residential District. It is within Boise's area of impact. The modified development agreement will address signage for future development and to prohibit multifamily dwellings on the site. The proposed Hazelton commercial subdivision will connect to Veolia Water and Boise Public Works Services. Boise Public Works Services for this site were agreed upon prior to Boise's sewer moratorium. The future land use for this property is mixed use, making this proposal in compliance with the Boise's comprehensive plan. Neighboring properties are within the Neighborhood Commercial District, the Community Commercial District, the Medium High Density Residential District, and the low-density residential district. This slide shows further context of the proposed Hazelton commercial subdivision with residential and commercial uses abutting the property. This slide shows the preliminary plat, which shows 12 buildable commercial lots, easements, a service drive, and a pedestrian pathway adjacent to the Cunningham Lateral. Access to lots 1 through 8 will come from the proposed service drive, and access to lots 9 through 12 will come from West Lockwood Street, excuse me. If approved, each individual lot will require master site plan approval. This slide shows the revised signage plan for the Hazelton Commercial Subdivision. The revision includes the center sign location on West Lockwood being moved further east, closer to 5 Mile Road, to mitigate light pollution for neighbors to the south. Some of the agency comments received were: a building permit will be required for all new structures. A drainage application must be approved prior to any construction. Ada County Highway District will require site-specific conditions of approval such as a dedicated right-of-way to total 57 feet from the center line of 5 Mile Road. Construct a southbound right turn lane on 5 Mile Road at the Lockwood Street intersection. Construct any additional driveways from the site onto Lockwood Street in alignment with Plumdale Way. And direct lot access is prohibited to 5 Mile Road and should be noted on the final plat. The Boise Fire Department will require that fire hydrants be located no more than 600 feet from structures and monument. Signage for addresses will be required at the entrance and all intersections of the project. The Boise Public Works Department will require that prior to construction, plans shall be submitted and approved by the Boise Public Works Department. The Central District Health Department commented that infiltration beds for stormwater disposal are considered shallow injection wells. If they are not in the city of Boise or ACHD right-of-way, an application and fee per well, vicinity map, and construction plans must be submitted. Neighbors provided comments. One neighbor provided comments in support of the proposed Hazelton commercial subdivision and that the owner and applicant were courteous, well-informed, well-prepared, and answered all of their questions. Another neighbor commented that they proposed signage along Lockwood Drive be monument-type signage and illumination be limited to operation hours only. This neighbor is also concerned with light pollution in their backyard from the proposed signage. A neighbor commented with concern about light pollution from the signage and recommended that monument signage along Lockwood be used and suggested that light point away from the homes to the south. Based on these comments from neighbors, the applicant revised their signage plan to show the center sign further east, closer to 5 Mile Road. The key conditions of approval are that Central District Health must approve the infiltration beds for stormwater disposal. The Ada County engineer must approve surface drainage runoff plans. The applicants must comply with site-specific Ada County Highway District conditions of approval. The applicant will need to comply with the standard sewer condition requirements from the Boise City Public Works Department. And the final plat shall show a 10-foot wide easement along the boundaries of the subdivision for utilities, drainage, and irrigation. Any deviation from this plan is subject to Boise Fire Department approval. And lastly, multifamily dwellings shall be a prohibited use within the Hazelton Commercial Subdivision, which prohibited use specifically does not include the permitted uses listed under lodging/group living in the zoning ordinance. On October 9th, the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this application. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Any questions from the staff? Or from the board? Any questions? Go ahead.
Just one kind of amplification of what we were just talking about in the areas of
Yes,
impact.
very relevant.
One of the conditions is the developer shall pay for a pump station upgrade of $100 per lot in accordance with the Boise City Code. So that amplifies what we're telling before is anybody who hooks up or participates with the Boise City Sewer will be paying for that.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I forgot to mention that we don't have a development agreement signed, so most likely if you choose to approve, you'll likely need to table it for an open business meeting.
Okay. All right, good. Is the applicant here? Ken?
Correct, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Give your name and address.
My name is Ben Millick. Work for Rocky Mountain Companies at 350 North 2nd Street in Boise. Thank you. All right. So good evening. We at Rocky Mountain are the current owners of this parcel and future developers of the project. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Our firm has been developing high-quality commercial development within the Treasure Valley here for over 35 years. We have 14 amazing employees. Let's see if it goes. Yeah, there we go. Who all focus on thoughtful planning, strong community partnerships, and long-term stewardship of every project that we work on within the valley here. So diving into this project specifically, our property is 11 acres, C2 zoned with a little bit of residential zoning on the back that's completely in an irrigation easement, so that's kind of, doesn't really apply to the project. So majority of the project is C2 zoning near the corner of Lake Hazel 5 Mile. And as discussed previously, we're fortunate to have sewer availability to this property through a previous older preliminary plat in the Hazelwood Village. So before I talk about the project specifically, I really want to express our appreciation to the neighbors, the Hazelwood Village HOA, who we've met with a couple times. They've all been great and very supportive of us. I want to do a shout out to Carlos and Carol Vidalis, who have been great and very active and involved in our project, as well as Doug, our planner, who's been great as well. They've really helped make this process thoughtful and streamlined. Throughout our outreach, we've heard it tonight, there's a strong support of commercial development in the area that's needed. Services that allow residents to stay closer to home for day-to-day services. And this preliminary plat is a foundational step that allows us to install the infrastructure, access, utilities, and create the lots needed to bring commercial development to the community. Our preliminary plat layout organizes this 11 acres into 12 commercial lots.
Sir, skip one.
Thank you. It organizes into 12 commercial lots, all with access and utilities. Due to the site's horizontal shape and nature, with minimal 5-mile frontage, we've kind of classified internally this site as 3 tiers. We have our tier 1 lots, the 4 lots on the 5-mile frontage. These are going to be our high-value sites, high traffic. We'll probably build them first. They'll infill first. Then we have our tier 2 a little west of the private drive, not quite as visible once the front lots are built, but still valuable. We don't think there'll be a problem at all filling these up with commercial users. Then we have the more challenging piece, Tier 3, which is the back half of our site. As a commercial developer, we really thrived with visibility from arterial roads, 5 Mile being our arterial, Lockwood being more of a local road, kind of hurts the back half of our site. So it creates some challenges for us that we're juggling internally, but we kind of have some unknowns for what could be built back there, likely a lighter commercial user. So you're probably thinking, what users are we planning to build here? And the honest answer is we don't know yet. We don't have any signed commitments from anybody. It's a little too early in our process to make those commitments until we start putting infrastructure in the ground and access in the ground. So I just thought the best way to present to you and the public of what we could put here is to show you what Rocky Mountain has done in the past. We have several land development projects that we've done in the Treasure Valley in our history. I'll cycle through them, but they should give you a good idea of what we can expect with this development. We built Eagle and Pine, 11 acres in Meridian on Eagle Road. There's a few restaurants, a bank, a mortgage office, a car wash. We built Chinnen and Linder in Meridian. Again, you see some commercial services for the neighborhoods, oilery, car wash, a primary health medical office, a few restaurants. Fairview and Cole and Boise, similar type of uses. Karcher, Middleton, and Nampa. This is another one that we have partially built at the moment. It's a newer one. But again, it's some restaurants, coffee shop, a vet clinic, potentially an office or daycare in the back, maybe another car wash. And then we have some property in Emmett as well along the highway that we've subdivided with. We've sold the property to a bank, but that's about it at this point. But we're marketing it out to all those same type of users, whoever can be in Emmett. Pretty much anything that you would see built along an arterial road or a highway, we've built it, and that's what we would probably expect to be built here, and at least those front 8 lots of our property. And then just to follow up on those land development projects, these are a lot of tenants that we've worked with on a regular basis at Rocky Mountain. We've done all the primary health in town. We've done a dentist office in Ontario and another one in Cuna. We've worked with St. Al's and St. Luke's. We've done all the Bluebird Express car washes. We've done several Del Tacos, and also, while we're on the topic of fast food, we did the Starbucks in Caldwell recently. Most of the Napa Auto Parts, retail stores. We've worked with credit unions and banks. And then some more fun projects. We worked with a couple breweries, this one being Payette Brewery in downtown, as well as Mother Earth Brewing across the street here we worked with. So hopefully, while we don't have any specific users committed, these give you examples that demonstrate the scale, character, and quality of the developments that we build. They're practical, neighborhood serving, and designed to integrate well with the surroundings. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of what we're planning.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So does a business come to you and say, we want to locate on your lot, and then you build something for them according to their designs?
There's a variety of things that could happen. Right now, we're marketing it out to the world, who wants to be on this site, and our development team's getting active calls regularly and we're evaluating what deals are best for us, what deals are best for the site. There's several regular routes we could go. We could build a suit. A tenant comes to us, we build exactly what they want. They pay us rent, we're the landlord. That's a build-to-suit model. We could sell a lot to a developer if they come to us and really want it. We could do a ground lease to a user, which is pretty common these days, where we just lease the ground for a lower rate and the tenant pays for all the construction to build their own property. There's a lot of options, and once we have all these lots, then we can really start to piece it together. It's a big puzzle right now, and we're just trying to get to the point where we can start making decisions.
If you do them all separately, does that make it more challenging to have sort of like an overall comprehensive design for the whole property?
Not necessarily. You could do it a bunch of different ways, but this is the way that we prefer it at Rocky Mountain is we're not going to get 12 users committing all at once, so you kind of have to piece it together one by one. But that's just the way that we do it, yeah.
Thank you.
And that's what we're planning here. Lastly, I just want to talk about schedule, just to set some expectations. We're hoping to, assuming tonight goes well and we get approved, we're hoping to start construction on the infrastructure piece, the access and utilities, here in a couple months, finishing in the summer. And then hopefully our final plat process goes well as well during that time. And once the final plat's approved, then individual users and lots can start submitting their applications for master site plan. So at the earliest, we're probably looking at the first user being open in the fall of 2027 or end of 2027. That's the earliest user. And again, these will come in one by one. So it's a long process, and we just want to showcase how long it is and how much goes into these type of projects. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation, and I really want to thank you, the commissioners, county staff, and all the community members who have engaged with us so far. We think this is going to bring a lot of good commercial to the area as needed and create a lot of long-term value and kind of align with what Ada County's vision is for Southwest Boise.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just a thank you for, one, you've clearly had a record of doing this sort of thing in the Treasure Valley. Appreciate you bringing your expertise to this issue that we have, because as you know, you've worked with the neighbors. We've tried to do what you're contemplating doing. So thank you for that, the vision. Secondly, you understand clearly, because you've done it before, all the things that are going to be required, the building permits, et cetera, that are going to come into play here as you work through individual lots. And if this is approved, what's going to have to be done there, and you've already described that, so just want to make sure that's on the record as well, that you clearly understand what the apple you're biting into.
Of course, yeah.
All right. I just have and you may not be able to answer, but you're obviously astute enough of what is available in the marketplace, but could you give us just a little idea of what you would envision, what kind of people or companies that you'd put in there?
I personally am not on the development team making these deals. If you want, Ben Zamzo's here and he can speak to that, but it's going to be a lot of what I showed. It's going to be a variety of users, from retail to office to banks or lending institutions to auto care like car washes or oileries, or multi-tenant building with a bunch of smaller tenants in it. It could be a variety of anything.
I didn't think you could answer. I thought I'd ask anyway, because you don't know what's going to be until you actually hit the market and make that determination. Okay, any other questions, Mr. Chair? Yeah, go ahead.
So how does the sewer moratorium play into this development?
It does. Fortunately, this 11 acres is part of the 2006 Hazelwood Village prelim plat. So that has grandfathered rights to sewer. So we will be connecting to sewer. We already have approval to do so from City of Boise. The surrounding properties, though, need it. They need sewer bad. It would be very nice for us as a commercial developer to target some more properties out there where commercial developers like us are currently not targeting properties out there because of sewer problems. And it really limits the amount of users that we could that can use septic, like the one that Carlos was talking about by the McDonald's. They're fortunate enough to be able to use septic, but sit-down restaurants can't use septic, or users that use a lot of water can't use septic. So sewer is pretty important.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you feel you've got significant buy-in from the neighborhood, that they're going to be able to utilize the facilities? Like, I mean, are you planning to design it so that they can kind of have walk-in access, so they can walk from the neighborhoods? And are you envisioning, some kind of gathering place, bar, restaurant, large scale, where hopefully the neighbors follow through and patronize it?
We'd love to have something like that. If you have any restaurant owners that want to build out there, we'd love to have them. But again, I don't know the users, but we'd love that type of use. Hopefully it's everything we put out there people enjoy, but it's just a little too early to tell.
Now, are you going to try to integrate the neighborhood so that they can actually walk to it instead of, they'll have access by foot?
There's already an existing detached sidewalk on Lockwood. And then as part of the project, at the rear of the property, there's a canal, or the Cunningham lateral. we have to install a multi-use pathway per City of Boise's pathway design. So we're just extending the neighborhood's sidewalk along our back property, along the canal, and then the next property will have to extend to ultimately create a continuous pathway along the canal there, which is nice.
Okay. Yeah, any more questions? I just have one more question. You sort of alluded to the fact that, because your property, this property already has sewer availability because it was included in Hazelwood Village, is that not correct? And so that, the moratorium doesn't affect you, but you suggested that if the moratorium were lifted, that it would benefit the entire community, not just you, but in the entire community, because they're open up a whole broad spectrum of commercial development and other development. And that's what the people have sort of counted on for years. Is that not correct?
Correct, yep. As a developer, we kind of found we were pretty lucky to get involved with this property because it had the sewer rights. But there's a lot of developers that are trying to bring commercial here and they just can't until they get sewer rights.
And that's what the neighbors out there want.
Correct. Everybody at all the meetings we've had with the neighbors ask us over and over again to bring commercial to the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple others. Ben Zamzo. You know what I'm talking. Connor Lindstrom.
Good.
Okay, Connor. No, it's all right. All right, we have Carol Vidalis.
Lean again. Carol Vidalis, 10963 West Oleana in Boise, 83709. I'm delighted to support this project and to not be opposing something for a change. I'm on the board of the Southwest Ada County Alliance, so I probably go to more neighborhood meetings than the average resident in the area. Theirs was a textbook example of how neighborhood meetings should be held. They had, everybody that's here tonight was at that meeting. They even had their lawyer. They had a nice presentation like you saw tonight. They actually had materials on a table if somebody wanted to go and see them up close, because sometimes you can't always see from a screen. They could answer all of our questions. In fact, when I read the application letter that Connor submitted when they made the application, there were 0 surprises because they had explained everything to us so clear. So while they made it clear that they don't know what kind of businesses, and so maybe we all want an Olive Garden and they can't say that, yes, we're going to get one, I actually trust them. I think that they are trying to work in our best interest as well as theirs. They've listened. I had a question I thought of after the meeting. I wrote and got a response like that. So they've been wonderful, and the nice thing about having commercial is if a business comes in there and nobody likes it, you can retrofit that building and try something else, which is a big difference with the residential that had wanted to go in there. So yes, I'm delighted with this company, and I ask that you approve this.
Well, wait a minute, Carol. You mentioned one business. Any other businesses would be on your wish list?
We would love to have a gym. I've noticed recently, we go to a little gym at Cloverdale and Amity, and they're starting to fill up. So I just noticed they've now got a little sign with the QR code if you want to turn in any comments. So I'm thinking I may suggest that they look and expand over there.
Any other questions
Mr. Chairman?
from the commission? Go ahead.
Just thank you, and thank you to your community, and make sure you convey that to your community, that we appreciate what you've done and your activity in pursuing this. And I guess at the request of the developer, they also need your help in finding people that your community wants, businesses that you want in your community, to help them develop it. So
I do know there are several neighbors that have actually written letters to some companies. Maybe once they start getting the infrastructure in, those letters will have a little more impact. But yeah, neighbors are interested.
So exercise the same kind of diligence that you've done regarding this whole piece of property
Yeah.
to now get good tenants for them that have stepped up to the plate and tried to help you do that. So that would be my request of you, and I'm sure theirs as well, because this is an example of the community working together to make things happen. So that's the next step for you, and I would challenge you to do that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Carol. Okay, Carlos Vidalis.
Chairman Beck, thank you very much for allowing me to speak again. Commissioner Rod Davidson and Commissioner Daly, I very much appreciate this opportunity. Yes, I didn't want to let it go by without saying that, yes, I support this development, and I want to express my thanks first to the Rocky Mountains Company because of what they're doing, but also to you because you helped us prevent the construction of residences on this lot. You think that 2 years is a long time for them to develop a place? We've been at it since 2022. So it was 4 years before the lot was finally sold to the Rocky Mountains companies. And now we are counting on seeing some businesses slowly developing there. Now, we are very much aware that this is a box of chocolates, but this is what I always wanted. So I'm not going to complain. I'm going to do my best to help and bring businesses in there. I'm also asking some various businesses to come over if they would like to consider it. I know some of them are difficult to obtain, but yes, now we're looking forward to be able to walk to the business. My first choice is to walk to the business if I can. Need to go to the grocery store, I walk to Albertsons. I need to go pick up a pizza, I walk to get it. You know, the only time I drive to Samson's is because, well, I pick up heavy stuff. But otherwise, it's going to be wonderful. So I have nothing else to say other than that I support this project, and I hope that you approve it, and will make my best to make it successful.
Great. Any questions from the board? Any questions?
Well, I'll just say, you know, your neighborhood definitely took a gamble by opposing the mixed-use residential project that was proposed originally, and, you know, we told you at the time that, you know, you are taking the gamble that if we oppose that project, any commercial project could move in there, including one you don't like. It could have been a storage facility, and we couldn't have stopped it if it was commercial, because that's what it's zoned for. So I'm glad to see that it looks like your gamble might be paying off, and you might be getting the retail and commercial amenities that you were always hoping for, so.
I'd like to thank you for that comment. I'd also like to say that it wasn't just my neighborhood, it's the greater neighborhood. We had a great support from the people across the street, the Hazelville HOA. We are Hazelville Village, Hazelville HOA. Valley Heights was fantastic support. The other side, the neighborhood on the other side of 5 Mile, there have been also fantastic support. They came over and spoke to you before. So this is what just not Hazelville Village. This was really an area perhaps, you know, a mile from that point. And at some point, we had 650 people that wrote to you and said, please do not allow the lot to be rezoned. Don't allow any more houses. When we talk to people, we'll say, hey, you know, can you help us oppose this application for housing before? And the question was, what are they trying to do? Oh, they want to build more houses in there. And it was like, no, over my dead body. We need businesses. It was the easiest project to work on. So it wasn't just my neighborhood. I think it was the greater neighborhood, probably about 2,500 homes, minimum.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Just again, thank you, like I did to Carol. Thank you for your diligence. Thank you for your straightforwardness and dedication to it. And again, challenge the community through you and Carol that now the obligation is to get good businesses there and help them develop it the way you envision it and the way they envision it. So you're still under the gun to keep working on it, and I know you will, because you do.
Not going anywhere. Thank you.
I had a question. I asked Carol that, do you have a favorite business you'd like to see in there?
Oh, yeah, I have a list of the things that I do. Yeah, the first one is, of course, the gym. No, if we're going to do exercise, you know, I wish that we could just walk to the gym instead of have to drive, because otherwise we'll be dog tired. I would like more restaurants in there. You know, right now we can choose between McDonald's and pizza. I like both very much, but it gets old. So some restaurants. I drive 15 miles round trip for a screw. I need a hardware store nearby. At least I got a cars part store on the other lot that you approved. There are so many dogs in the neighborhood, and the greater neighborhood, I would say a dog wash or something like that would be great in there. You know, and there's other businesses like that, but that's personally what I would be most inclined to do. A breakfast
Rocky
place would be
Mountain, a
great.
lot of extra information that they didn't count on. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos, thank you. Okay, Nick? Yeah.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Nick Nettles, 9352 West Avalanche Drive, 83709. I just wanted to thank both the commissioners for listening to the Southwest Ada County community when we were up here saying, no to the 200-unit rezone that PEG put forward. So I wanted to thank you guys for your steadfast ears listening to the community. I also wanted to thank Rocky Mountain. I attended a neighborhood meeting with, I think, Mr. Zamzo, Mr. Millick, and one other gentleman. And they could give a class on how to conduct a neighborhood meeting. I have a developer who holds neighborhood meetings that are the complete opposite. They look nothing alike, two totally different schools of thought. And also, while I have opposed the residential development on that lot, steadfastly, I will, steadfastly support, commercial businesses that go on their lot. You'll see me down here testifying for any site plans or conditional uses that you guys may see come forward. That team has been fantastic, and, thank you to them, but also thank you to you guys for listening to the neighborhood. We won't, our goal is to not let commercial businesses come in and, establish business. That's a lot of hard work, and let it go unnoticed. So there's a lot of people out there that are prepared to spend locally. So.
Okay, any
Thank you.
questions? Go ahead.
Just thank you to you, just like I did to Carol and Carlos. You have been part of that community that's been stepping forward to make things happen in your community, and that's what our country is built on, is what you guys are doing and what you have done. So keep it up, help the businesses, and we'll move forward just like you want to.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Day. I know you guys are going to see me down here again, and I want you guys to know that it's not under the guise of I'm in NIMBY. I am, kind of employed in the development world, and I appreciate development. I think that commercial development is sorely needed out there, not only to improve the quality of life for myself and my neighbors, but I keep saying this. I've got young kids that deserve to be able to go do stuff near where they live. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes the people who've signed up to testify. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this issue? Okay, Rocky Mountain, you can do a rebuttal if you'd like. I don't think there's any rebuttal necessary, so are there any documents need to be added to the file in addition to the gentleman's presentation?
Yes, Commissioner Beck, Rocky Mountain Company's presentation will be added to the record.
Yeah. Okay, good enough. I will then close the public hearing on application 202501512S and 20060071 DADM, Rocky Mountain Companies. The public hearing being closed, it's now up to the commission. I'd recommend, now we need to get the development agreement first, so we need to table it till when?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the development agreement is ready. It just needs to be presented to us, so we would recommend the December 23rd open business meeting.
So the motion should be to table it till the December 23rd open business meeting with the idea that we're going to approve it with the development agreement. Correct? Okay, I'd accept the motion.
Chairman, I move that we approve and table application 2025011512-S and 20060071-DADM to get the development agreement attached and table it till our December 23rd open business meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is to table and till we get the development agreement and to approve the application, which we will do on December 23rd. at our open business meeting. Okay, there being no further discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye? Aye. Motion carries, thank you. Okay, now I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-01403 ZCDASBRB, David Evans and Associates. We'll ask Mr. Holton again to present the application to us or give us the information. Thank you.
Chairman and Commissioners. Oh, it's not in full screen, sorry. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01403-ZC-DA-S-PR-V is an application for a zone change from rural preservation to rural residential, a development agreement, a preliminary plat for 4 buildable residential lots within the proposed Fiddleneck Ridge subdivision, a private road, and a variance. The property is generally located at 15350 North Broken Horn Road and contains approximately 40.8 acres within the Rural Preservation District. It is not within any city's area of impact, and the proposed Fiddleneck Ridge subdivision is in compliance with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. This slide shows the preliminary plat for the proposed Fiddleneck Ridge subdivision. Lot 1 will take access from North Broken Horn Road, and lots 2, 3, and 4 will take access from the proposed private road Thunder Ridge Lane. Veolia Water is proposed to serve the subdivision, and the applicant has requested a variance for Thunder Ridge Lane, the proposed private road, to intersect with North Broken Horn Road, an existing private road. This slide shows the steep slopes on the property. The property is also within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District. This slide shows the Fiddleneck Ridge Trail, excuse me. Some agency comments for the proposal are: the Ada County building official had no objections to this proposal. A building permit will be required for all new structures. The Fiddleneck Ridge subdivision is within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District and has a fire protection program that shall be followed. The Ada County engineer commented that a plat note should be added stating that the domestic water system will be provided by Veolia or individual wells. A plat note should be added stating that the lots will be served by individual septic systems. Revised Thunder Ridge Lane and North Broken Horn Road sections to show pavement sections for any slope greater than 5% in the direction of travel. And obtain a drainage application prior to any construction. The Ada County Highway District commented that the proposed preliminary plat is approved without any conditions. The Eagle Fire Department commented that fire sprinklers shall be required in all the homes within the subdivision as stated in the wildfire mitigation plan. Fire apparatus access roads and driveways shall not exceed a 10% grade. The Ada County Parks and Waterways Department commented that there is an existing publicly accessible single-track trail, Fiddleneck Ridge Trail, and it traverses the parcel. Central District Health commented that infiltration beds for stormwater disposal are considered shallow injection wells. An application fee per well, vicinity map, and construction plans must be submitted. There was one comment from a neighbor in the area, and the neighbor commented that they request that Ada County Highway District take ownership of North Broken Horn Road, as cost to maintain their paved frontage along the road is high. There is concern that new construction from this project will create wear and tear along the section of North Broken Horn Road, and that they are responsible for maintaining. For ACHD to take ownership of North Broken Horn Road, neighbors must petition ACHD themselves. The key conditions of approval are: Central District Health must approve the infiltration beds for stormwater disposal and all septic systems within the subdivision. The owner and/or applicant shall submit a land development application, test holes, and a full engineering report to Central District Health. The central water plans must be submitted and approved by the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. The final plat shall include the final plat note. Fire sprinklers shall be required in all the homes of this subdivision as stated within the wildfire mitigation plan. The applicant and her owner shall comply with the Fiddle Neck Ridge subdivision wildfire safety plan. The Fiddle Neck Ridge Trail easement shall be depicted on the final plat. No segment of the travelway shall exceed a 10% grade. And the owner and/or applicant shall apply for a hillside development application prior to any construction. And lastly, a no parking fire lane sign shall be posted on one side of the fire apparatus road. There are 3 findings required for approval of variances. The variance shall not grant a special right or privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district. Staff finds that the variance does not grant a special right or privilege, as the proposed private road will provide access and frontage for 3 lots within the subdivision. The variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. Staff finds that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to the characteristics of the site, as there are no public roads in the general vicinity that the proposed private road could alternatively intersect with. Steep slopes also limit the area where the private road could be located. The variance shall not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. And staff finds that the variance is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare because various agencies did not indicate that the approval of the variance would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. On October 9th, the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this application. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. And similar to the previous presentation, the development agreement is not finalized yet, so it will likely need to be tabled. And this presentation is an exhibit to the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, you indicated that the one comment is that the Ada County Highway District which road was it that they asked?
North Broken Horn Road.
And in reviewing what their comments were in the staff report, I didn't read the whole exhibit, but it said, improvements required on adjacent streets and the preliminary plat is approved without conditions. So what does that mean in relation to that individual's request?
What that means is that if ACHD were to take ownership of that road, the property owners along the frontage of that road would need to petition ACHD. So
Okay.
ACHD also doesn't comment on variances for private roads intersecting.
So they didn't give any indication of their inclination to approve a application of the,
No, they did not.
so, because you did say that they have to apply. And they haven't applied at this point because this isn't approved yet.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you. Is Jay Walker here?
He's online.
Okay.
Not Jay Walker, sorry. We do have somebody online who is also listed as the applicant, Devin McDonald.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, Commissioners, good evening. Jay Walker, David Evans and Associates. My office is located at 9175 West Black Eagle Drive in Boise, Idaho 83709. Good evening and Merry Christmas. I've got good news for you. There's no sewer moratorium on this property. And we don't need it, because we are doing individual septics, and this is a small little project for Devin McDonald. I represent him, our company represents him, and they're trying to do something small for their family and build a home, meeting the requirements of building permits, and to have some additional lots for family members. So this is a little smaller. Appreciate working with staff, including County Engineer Zach Kirk and with the Eagle Fire Department. They've been helpful, John. That's the scheme. And thank you, Doug. Thanks for the explanation. Well said. We appreciated the planning commissioners and their approval, unanimous approval, and we agree with all of the conditions of approval except for one. and I need to bring that up. And Devin, who's online right now, just indicated that this application was made prior to the requirement and the code change of having pavement in a greater than 5% grade. And he mentioned that Broken Horn is not paved. It's not a paved road before or after his property. And he asked that the pavement requirement be removed from the conditions. And this was not a code requirement at the time that we applied. And I would agree with that. And as far as ACHD taking ownership and jurisdiction of that Broken Horn Road, we had them in meetings with Brent Danielson, and I think maybe Doug was there, or you weren't. And they do not want to. In fact, initially, as we prepared the preliminary plat and some preliminary design plans, we thought they did have ownership and jurisdiction. And they refused that and did not want that. So we proceeded forward accordingly. And if neighbors want to petition that, well, then they potentially can, right? But I don't know that they want that. And nor do they want to assume responsibilities of infrastructure improvements. And I guess a couple of things in representation of Devin. If we were to be paving that private drive that just is servicing 3 lots, 10 plus acre lots, well, you would introduce public parking on a private drive meant for just those residents and those locals, and would hinder most likely emergency vehicles. So we would welcome people to come and squat as they access Fiddle Neck Trailhead, and that's not the access point for Fiddle Neck Trailhead. In fact, it's being relocated in an easement designated in the trail system along the power easement, just adjacent to the property. So that's one reason. The other reason is by paving, we would disturb a greater amount of that land, native land, which then would exceed the threshold of acreage that we can, according to some of the other permitting and that's associated with this property. So, thank you again, Doug, and county staff, and I stand for any questions on this.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Not a question, but thank you for that clarification, because it is a private road, as you described, and the decisions you're making is in that context, correct, in terms of the development?
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification, like the sprinkler systems in the homes, all of that. So you understand, that was my question, so you understand all those conditions?
Yes, and Devin does too, and we agree to all those other conditions. Thank you.
But the one condition you want removed is what again?
The requirement to pave the private drive, this local access road, in grades exceeding 5%. We want to maintain just the gravel section that's presented in the preliminary plat and is associated with before and after his property. There's no paved roads out there. It would be something out of place.
And that's the wishes of the people that are going to be using the road?
Correct. Correct. And we don't want to introduce any more public traffic on something that's to serve those 3 lots only.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You said somebody's online that wishes to speak?
Devin McDonald is online. He has indicated that he would like to speak, but I believe he's available if you have any questions.
Does the board have any questions of Mr. McDonald?
No, but I have a question for staff.
Well, we have someone else who wishes to testify. Allison Galbraith.
Good evening, Commissioners. Allison Gilbreth, 14874 North Broken Horn Road, Boise, 83714. So my husband and I, we're the neighbor that made the comment, and I wanted to clarify what we're requesting here. So if you've never been out to that area, so when you're traveling north on Broken Horn Road, our home is the last one while the road is still flat. There's a 201-foot length of road that for whatever reason, before we ever bought the property, was never paved. Once you go past our house, that's when you start going up a hill. There's 3 other properties right now. My understanding is they want to add 4 more, not 3 more, whatever it is. It's 3 or 4 more. Our request is that the section of land that's still flat, right in front of our house, not going up the hill, we're not requesting anything be paved. Wanted to provide some background here. So the 201-foot length of road, my husband and I footed 100% of the bill to pave Broken Horn Road. Didn't ask the neighbors, we did it ourselves. At the time that we did that, there were 3 other properties that have to travel across that section of road to get to their houses. Now, with this property proposal, there's going to be 3 or 4 more. Our concern is that my husband and I are the ones maintaining that road. We paid over $23,000 of our own money to pave it. We worked with ACHD. We did it up to their specs, even though we paid 100% of it. We petitioned them at the time to take ownership. They said no. One of my other neighbors, Troy Watkins, has consistently petitioned ACHD over the years to take ownership of the hillside portion of the road. For whatever reason, ACHD has said no. So I guess our concern is we kind of took one for the team. We paid for the road, and we do know that if you build homes up there, there is going to be construction traffic, wear and tear on the road. We just want someone to help maintain it, and it seems like it should be the county, not us. There's also 5 mailboxes on that section of road right in front of our house. Presumably will be 3 or 4 more mailboxes. So mailboxes mail trucks rather turn around there, trash trucks turn around there. We maintain it. I kid you not, ACHD was out, 6-8 months ago, making repairs in the Hidden Springs area, even on Broken Horn. And I stopped and I said, hey, as long as you're out here, can you please fill in some cracks on that section of the road, pointing to what we paid for. They did not do it. So for whatever reason, they've kind of just drawn this line that, that is not our section of road to maintain, even though everything else in the neighborhood is. So if I could just wrap that up.
Go ahead, wrap it up. Yeah.
Petitioning ACHD, I understand that that's a requested next step. It's been done by both me and by one of our neighbors. I mean, it just seems like it should work in tandem, that if Ada County Development and commissioners respectively are boosting development, it seems like ACHD should be working in tandem and be boosting their capacity at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, you probably know we can't force ACHD to do anything.
Right.
We could request that they do it. But, I mean, have you thought about, the applicant contributes to the cost of maintenance, or was that a thought of yours?
Well, it just seemed, we haven't asked the applicant that. It seemed fair to us that it be owned by ACHD, because the road just prior to that, they own. There's no difference. Like, why they've drawn this imaginary line, I don't know. At the time our house was built in 1991, we didn't build it, but at that time, our house was at the end of a country road. But now there's 3 other houses out there, soon to be 4 others. So it just seems like it seems fair to us that ACHD take ownership of it to accommodate development that's happened since 1991. So.
Well, who owns the property where the road's on?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Who owns the property that the road is on?
Well, that's a good question. It's kind of like this. I don't know who owns it, actually. Like I said, we paid over $23,000. I've got the receipt if you would like a copy. Did it up to ACHD specs, even though we footed 100% of the bill. We just want them to take ownership of it from here on out. Kind of like the whole, the issue before, the capital's been spent, just take ownership of it. is what we're requesting. But I know you don't have say over ACHD, but, making a suggestion to them will be a lot more powerful than my husband and me and one of my other neighbors continuing to petition them.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have anyone else signed up to testify. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on this application?
Devin McDonald would like to make a point.
Okay.
based off of that.
All right, put him online then. Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Awesome. I've been listening in since the first point you guys got on, and I'd like to comment, and I appreciate Allison coming in and sharing her concerns with the access road. So Ada County Highway District, although they abandoned their right to maintain Broken Horn Road, however, they did not abandon their easements. And there is natural gas, there is water, there is cable, TV, that kind of stuff, phone lines that run Broken Horn. And it's kind of been a problem because, like she said, I'm not sure who owns that. Well, technically they still own an easement through there, and that's kind of the problem. And it starts at Echinovi. It doesn't start at our mailboxes. The private property starts at Echinovi. That's where the dead end signs are, and that's where the Ada County has abandoned their right to maintain that or obligation to maintain that. And I have plowed that for the last 2 winters and done our due diligence as you would with a private road property. And yes, they have paved from Ryan Cole's property through not their property, but an easement of another neighboring property, and then onto their property, and it's paved to their driveway. But from their driveway on, it's not. And that was my point with Jay Walker representing me, talking about how if we were to be required to pave up on top of the mountain, it wouldn't make any sense aesthetically. But yeah, just to be clear, it's pretty straightforward with Ada County. They have abandoned their obligation to maintain it, but not their right to an easement because of the water lines and natural gas and phone lines.
Okay. Well, and you don't know who owns the property that the private road is based on?
Well, the ownership is definitely by neighboring properties. I don't believe Alice and her husband Eric have any of that, but I do believe that Marianne Shaw owns up to their fence line. Everybody was invited to the neighborhood meeting that we had clear back in May or June, whenever that was. And the other 2 neighbors own it, but the easement for that private road is easemented through Ada County Highway District and the several other properties that are on the hill. Because like she said, when her house was made in 1990 or 1991, that was considered an Ada County road, but they no longer wanted to maintain that because it is a dirt road, and it's not like North Dakota where all these highway districts have road graders. They just don't do that anymore.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
would you be willing to join your neighbor's petition to ACHD to request that they maintain the road?
Yeah, and I have no problem with that, sure. But I don't think that this meeting is not about that. This meeting is about the finalization of my application, which they were a part of back in May. I mean, we're talking about 2 different things.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
before the applicant has the rebuttal, I do want to comment on the paving of the private road, provide some clarification there so they have a chance to respond if they'd like. I can respect the concern with the paving. I do want to make sure it's clear that both our old zoning code and our current newly adopted zoning code include the standard that states any segment of a travel way of a private road greater than 5% grade shall be improved with asphalt or concrete paving. So it's a standard we've had in our old code, new code. That's where it comes from. That's why the county engineer applied that to this case.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
do we have the ability to waive that, or is that something that would have to be brought as a variance?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, that would be like the applicant's requesting a variance to have another private road originate from an existing private road. It would be another variance request that they would need to make if
So is
to
that,
be able to waive it.
is that properly before us to not, or to cancel that condition?
Yeah, it is. It was not part of the notice. It was not part of their actual application request, so I would say it's not.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right, Mr. Walker, would you like to take a few minutes for a rebuttal? You're welcome.
Jay Walker again at 9175 West Black Eagle Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that understanding. And just clarification, those adjacent property owners to that ACHD improvement, it's Ada County Highway District. I want to be clear on that. It's not Ada County.
Well, it's all right. We have nothing to do with it.
Yeah. And we have done our darndest to make that petition to ACHD, and they will when they want, I'm sure. And as further development occurs up in that area, I'm sure that Broken Horn will be assumed by their responsibility and maintained. And the great thing is Devin McDonald, the owner, has equipment, and he's been gracious enough to grade the road and smooth out the washboard on not only his private drive, but Broken Horn that's in the easement of ACHD. So he's done snow removal and grading and provided that for the neighbors, just as Allison has indicated that her and her husband have contributed heavily to that cost as well. So the neighbors will just have to work together until ACHD assumes that. And they own to the center line of that easement, right? Each of those adjacent property owners. Now, as far as a variance on the pavement, we're willing and ready to do that under the direction of Devin, the owner, as well as we didn't understand that we needed a development agreement for something of this magnitude, and we are more than willing to do that. And if we need to table this and come back on the 23rd with both of those amended into the application, we will certainly do that in short order. And I don't know if there was anything else to address, but I stand for further questions.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Well, I guess back to what he was saying, this is a question to staff. Is that, obviously, the development agreement, we'd have to table it to do that. Are the other requests of the applicant possible in that same context?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, I would say the time frame wouldn't work. We would need to add this variance as part of the application and literally retransmit that, allow people to comment, to comply with our procedural requirements. So we wouldn't be able to go to the 23rd. It'd need to go to another public hearing, and I would need to work with staff to determine that date, what would be available and acceptable.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So, to clarify, that's possible, but it would take more time to do it.
That's correct.
Than the 23rd of December.
That's correct.
So then the question would be, we could approve this on the 23rd, and then if they want to get a variance, you could apply for a variance. Is that not correct?
I mean, Mr. Chairman, you'd be approving it as Doug has conditioned to pave at 5%. I guess they could come back and submit a separate variance application and go through that process separately to, essentially, they'd be modifying the condition of approval and getting a variance to not comply with the standard. They could do that as well. But yeah, you would be approving with the condition to pave.
So the question would be, would you prefer us to approve the application with the development agreement on the 23rd, and then you apply for another variance? That's what would be required? Or would you prefer to hold off on this and have to repost it and things, or whatever that process would be?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before the representative responds, in addition to that variance, they would also be modifying this development agreement they're preparing to account for this change in the conditions of approval as well. So they would have a variance and a development agreement modification that would be coming back through to you.
Mr.
So yeah, up to the applicant, I would say.
So how, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So, to staff again, so how long would that take? Which part would take the longest? Approving it in December 3rd and then come back in with the variance, or just doing it all in requesting the variance on the development agreement and the variance on the road at the same time and come back at what's the difference between those two in terms of time?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, I believe that the variance development agreement modification for that 5%, there's not going to be much difference in that time frame. That's going to be the critical time frame. If the applicant wanted that assurance that the project's approved on the 23rd, they could proceed and secure that entitlement. They would have that condition that they need to come back and
do that.
modify, yeah.
Okay,
That's the way we would prefer it.
that's what I was going to ask you, is what your preference is.
Yeah, we'd prefer getting approval on the 23rd with a development agreement conditioned on that variance.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald would also like to be a part of the rebuttal.
Oh, fine. That's fine, sure, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Thanks for allowing me to chime in. I just wanted to mention, I heard there that this was already a condition long before the application. I mean, that if that was a thing, we would have already had the engineering and everything done for that. And it actually just went into effect November 1st. I already live on the property, so Allison, when she mentioned there would be 4 more residents, that's not a thing. There'd be 3 more at a later date, because there's 40 acres and they're 10-acre properties. I already live on one, so there would be three more. And I've already been approved, and I've been living in this property for 2 years this February. And that condition of 5% grade paved was not a thing when I did it then. And Zach Kirk, who is the county engineer, we've already been passed, and that's at 10% grade. And the road that we're building for the additional 2 properties so that I can build another home, because the living quarters in the shop that I live are larger residence square footage than allowed by the county to then have an additional dwelling. So I have to now split the properties. That's the whole point of this, like Jay was talking about, is so that I can obtain a building permit to build a house on the 40 acres that I already own and be on the same property. So that's the whole point of this. But that 5% grade with the pavement, I would really like to see that code, because it's not a thing.
Yeah, Mr.
That's all my comments are.
Yeah, okay. I think we understand it.
Yeah, so I was going to explain that to Allison, that there's really only 3 additional lots, right? Because he's already living there and has for 2 years.
Okay.
And the mailbox is down by her driveway, it sounds like, existing mailbox.
Okay, any other questions from the board? I think it's clear. All right.
Clear as mud.
Yes, clear as mud. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, apologies for all the red tape. I mean, it's a little frustrating, and obviously, we can't guarantee the outcome of any variance decision. We have to, obviously hear testimony on that. So, we're not making any promises this evening, but I mean, it does sound like a reasonable request.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davidson.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your time this
Yeah,
evening.
sure. Okay, with that, do we need to add any documents to the application?
No, Commissioner Beck.
Did you have your presentation has already been added?
Yes.
All right, nothing else needed to be added? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01403, ZCDA SPRV, David Evans and Associates. And I think we've concluded that we would need to table this till the 23rd of December, correct? For the development agreement. And then when the development agreement is signed, we can approve it that night. Is there any other discussion from the board? I'd accept a motion.
Well, I'll move to table application 202-501-403-ZC-DA-S-PR-V, David Evans and Associates, to December 23rd for the development agreement. And I suppose for the sake of the neighbor, request that Development Services send a letter to ACHD on behalf of the board requesting that they take over maintenance of that road.
Okay.
I don't think we need to be engaged in that with the Ada County Highway District because we have no authority in directing them as well, so I don't think we
Just a
need-
request, not a demand.
Well, we can do that independent of this application.
Right, I guess. We can do that. We don't have to have it in the motion, I guess. We could do that without being in the motion as part of the condition of the conditional use permit or whatever it is. We could have that without part of the, that's a question to staff, and Richard is just waiting, and he said yes.
Yeah, we can do that independent of this motion.
So I think we should. I would second your motion with absent that request to Ada County Highway District, and with the understanding that we're probably going to contact them anyway.
Is that acceptable to you, Commissioner Davidson?
That's acceptable.
Okay, so the motion's been moved and seconded to approve this application with the development agreement as been agreed to, and to table the motion and to table the application until December 23rd to allow the applicant to get the development agreement to us. So that's the motion. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I will open the public hearing on application 2025-01571 CUMSP V. Desri. Okay, and we're going to have Michaela is going to be our staff for this application, and she'll give us a report. Michaela, it's all yours.
I have the magic touch for this here. I have this one right here. Oops, not in there. Oh. She's a working? Okay, awesome, thank you. Just a little bit of people over there. Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michaela Owens, Associate Planner with Development Services. Tonight, I'm presenting Project 2025-01571 CUMSPV. It's an application submitted by Desiree for a conditional use and master site plan approval to construct a centralized power facility, a solar farm. The application was submitted before the November 3rd, 2025 deadline, so this is being processed underneath our old code. The proposal includes a substation, a transmission line, a battery energy storage system, and solar panel arrays. The request also includes a variance to exceed the maximum lot coverage that's allowed in the Rural Preservation District. This project is located at the intersection of South Pleasant Valley Road and West Cunamora Road. This slide shows the approximate area where the project is located outlined in red, just northeast of Cuna city limits, which you can see here in yellow. 7 of the subject parcels that are part of this project were removed in 2025 from CUNA's area of impact, so the project is entirely located in unincorporated Ada County outside of an impact area. According to the applicant's materials, the project area encompasses approximately 1,700 acres of state and privately owned land. The subject parcels for this project are outlined in this slide in black. Blue is state-owned parcels and white is privately owned land. This application includes a substantial number of parcels, about 17 primary project parcels, with an additional 5 easement-only and Gentai parcels for a total of 22 parcels associated with this project. The Gentai parcels are located within CUNA city limits. You can see them here shown with diagonal lines on them. And then the cross-hatched parcel to the northeast is an easement-only parcel. To provide some additional context for the project's location and surrounding uses, the current surrounding land use in this area is predominantly rangeland and open space with some scattered large lot residential uses. Surrounding uses include the Idaho Department of Corrections, also known as IDOC facility, and associated lands, which are located primarily to the north of this project. There's a gun club with a shooting range located in the middle of the project along with a warehouse. It's located on the southeast of this slide, so you can see that here and here. And then there is in a substation that's located to the west of the project, and that's located in CUNA city limits. In terms of natural features, most of the land, about 980 acres, is classified as not prime farmland, which is shown in this slide in green. There are 420 acres of farmland of statewide importance if irrigated and reclaimed of excess salts and sodium. It's shown in purple on this slide. There's 300 acres of prime farmland if irrigated, that's shown in blue, and then 30 acres of farmland of statewide importance if irrigated, and that's shown in brown. Our habitat assessment indicated that there are 8.2 acres in the project area that are currently agricultural fields, but they did not appear to be actively cultivated during the survey time, but there was an irrigation system that was present. Again, this project is being processed underneath our old code, but given interest in solar farms more generally and their relationship with farmland, I wanted to provide this context for this area along with these acreages. In terms of hydrography, there are some wetlands, ponds, and an ephemeral riverine feature within the survey area, as well as 2 canals and ditches, which are shown on this slide. The canals and ditches constitute about 3,700 feet within the project area, and they're shown here in yellow. So you can see them crossing through the project area here and here. There is the applicant is required to comply with all state code that governs these canals and ditches, and there's some protection of these facilities in that state code. And they will need to submit a drainage application prior to construction that has stipulations regarding the canals and ditches. The applicant has indicated that they will not be disturbing the canals or ditches or providing any further canals or ditches on the property. In terms of other natural features, some portions of the site also fall within the hillside overlay or a flood hazard zone. The flood hazard zone mostly follows 10 Mile Creek, located primarily to the north of this project, with a very small section bisecting the project over in the east corner here. The hillside overlay could not be shown at this scale, but the subject properties tend to be relatively flat with only small sections of individual parcels with steeper slopes. The applicant did indicate in their detailed letter that these sensitive areas will either be avoided or will be addressed through required floodplain and hillside development permits. So this slide shows the master site plan that's been proposed by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 354,000 solar panels for a total electrical output of 150 megawatts. These panels would be 8 to 10 feet tall and arranged in rows with 20 to 30 foot spacing between them for access roads. The construction will meet the Rural Preservation District setbacks, and it will also meet additional setbacks from major roadways. So it'll be 100 feet away from Cunamora and South Pleasant Valley roads and 50 feet away from secondary roads. The panels are also designed to be minimally reflective. A transmission line is proposed to connect the facility to the existing coal substation that's located in Cuna and owned by Idaho Power. The proposed transmission line is shown on the site plan here in orange, connecting to the substation over here. Most of this line would be underground with a short above-ground segment on 100-foot tall poles near Coal Road and the coal substation. The yellow line, which you can see running diagonally here, is an existing transmission line that is utilized by the subject property and this project. A battery energy storage system is also going to be proposed. It's also known as BESS on approximately 11 acres of the subject properties. The BESS location is shown on the west side of the project in purple or blue, periwinkle perhaps. And it would be a pad or post-mounted metal unit, generally under 15 feet in height. A supplier has not yet been selected for the battery energy storage system, so additional design details would be forthcoming at the building permit stage. An on-site substation is also proposed, so I've referenced the existing coal substation a few times that's located in the city of Kuna. There's another substation that's being proposed by the applicant. It's shown here in yellow. It'll contain transformers, breakers, and related equipment to step up the voltage to 230 kilovolts for connection to Idaho Power's grid. The applicant is also proposing an operations and maintenance facility, O&M facility, in a pre-engineered metal structure under 5,000 square feet. It's going to contain SCADA, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Control Room, a bathroom, and storage. More detail will be submitted at the building permit stage for this facility as well. It's shown in blue next to a laydown yard, which is shown in pink here on this slide. The SCADA system will monitor the facility, and its associated towers will remain below the rural preservation height limit. Except for the solar arrays themselves, most of the construction elements are located and concentrated near Kuna city limits on the west side of the subject properties. Primary access to the project will be provided from Cunamore Road and Pleasant Valley Road. The applicant is coordinating with ACHD on access points and intends to utilize existing internal gravel drives. Only one parking space was proposed at the O&M facility, and 2 are required by Ada County Code. Staff does find that this alternative parking plan is acceptable due to the minimal number of employees. They won't have more than 3 employees per shift, and the availability of on-site access road parking. So the applicant has deferred submittal of a full lighting plan at this time. Permanent outdoor lighting will be limited to the O&M facility, water storage at the best location, the substation, and select access points. Perimeter fencing is proposed. It'll consist primarily of 7-foot chain link with some barbed wire added near the substation. The fencing will have wider gaps to allow small game to pass through, and Knox boxes will be provided for emergency access. Ada County Code requires that the substation itself be screened, and therefore a solid fence will be required as a condition of approval near the substation. The applicant has requested a waiver from landscaping requirements. Staff is instead suggesting as an alternative landscaping plan, a vegetation management plan, and that would need to be compliant with Idaho Fish and Game's recommendations, including that game-friendly fencing that I mentioned, a noxious weed program, and revegetation with native species where feasible. All of the subject parcels lie within the wildland-urban interface, so a fire protection plan is required. The applicant has committed to providing a plan that addresses fire prevention procedures, emergency notification, evacuation processes, and training for site personnel. This plan must be approved by the fire authority and submitted to the director. The facility's expected lifespan is 40 years. The applicant has described a decommissioning approach that would restore the site to its previous condition as much as possible. This includes recycling materials where feasible, dismantling above and below ground equipment, and completing this process within approximately 2 years. A full decommissioning plan is required to be submitted to the director as a condition of approval. The project meets the specific use standards for centralized power facilities and transmission lines, but the applicant will still need to provide some final details on the revegetation plan, screening, and lighting of the project. This request also includes variance for relief from the 5% maximum lot coverage cap in the Rural Preservation District. The applicant is proposing panels on about 950 acres, with the applicant's number of acreage for the different parcels sitting at 1,700 acres. That would be roughly 55% coverage. To grant a variance, 3 findings are required. The variance shall not grant a right or special privilege not otherwise allowed in the base district. It relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site, and it won't be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. As you know, solar facilities function differently from typical RP district uses, given that the lot coverage varies throughout the day and the land beneath the panels stays permeable. Variances for other solar projects have been approved on this same basis. The 5% lot coverage maximum would make utility-scale solar infeasible as a land use in the RP district, which would create a hardship. Agency reviews identified no health or safety concerns, and standard building permits still apply. This application was transmitted to reviewing agencies, and these are the responses that were received. Central District Health, Kuna School District, and the Ada County Sheriff's Office provided comments indicating that they had no objections. The City of Kuna removed these affected parcels from their area of impact in order to allow this project to proceed, and they don't have any objections. Kuna Rural Fire District had some conditions related to fire suppression, providing a firefighting water supply, a weatherproof information cabinet, and compliance with state fire code. Ada County Community and Regional Planning indicated that there was no conflict with the rangeland or public, quasi-public designations on the land in this area, as the project was supported by the Idaho Department of Lands. The Ada County building official indicated building permits would be required with associated technical specifications. Idaho Power also provided comments and indicated the project is proceeding through Idaho Power's FERC-mandated interconnection process, and they don't currently have an energy purchase contract. Idaho Fish and Game recommended mitigation measures, including slick spot peppergrass surveys and avoiding impacts on that species, installing small game fencing, and providing the revegetation and weed management plan, among some other conditions. Ada County Engineering is requiring a drainage application, additional site details, and a statement from Idaho Power regarding the power needs in the area, and then the water rights documentations for each of the subject parcels, and indicated the project must comply with noise, erosion, and air quality regulations. One public comment was received prior to the cutoff, raising concerns about fire danger on the one parcel that's located south of Cunamore Road and its proximity to residential development. A condition requiring approval of a fire protection plan has been added in order to mitigate some of these risks. Two late comments expressed concerns about a variety of issues, including visual impacts, property values, noise, farmland loss, wildlife impacts, neighborhood character, fire danger, drainage, decommissioning, especially the funding of a decommissioning plan, traffic, and road wear. So I wanted to address each of these in turn, as these tend to be common concerns that we hear with these centralized power facilities, specifically solar farms. So in terms of visual impacts, minimal landscaping is proposed with additional screening required for the substation. Landscaping waivers are allowed where irrigation is not available, but the board may require additional screening near residential properties. In terms of property values, this area already contains many institutional and industrial uses, including a correctional facility, a gun club and shooting range, and an existing substation, as well as a transmission line. So this is not a highly residential setting. The additional setbacks and large lot sizes would also minimize impacts to neighbors in this area. In terms of noise, operational noise is negligible and construction noise is temporary and must comply with the noise ordinance. In terms of farmland, and this is why we went over some of the farmland acreages previously, the potential for active farming in this area is minimal, with dependence on having irrigation and water rights. Active farmland constitutes only approximately 8 acres of the project area, and the primary designation for soils in this area is not prime farmland, with much of the remaining land farmland of statewide importance only if irrigated and reclaimed of excess salts, which tends to be a difficult process. This area is also developing primarily with institutional and industrial uses, and the lifespan of the project is 40 years, after which conceivably farming could take place after decommissioning. In terms of wildlife, these impacts are addressed through Idaho Fish and Game recommended conditions. Speaking to neighborhood character, again, was similar to property values. This area is already shaped by significant institutional uses, so this project would not substantially alter its overall character. Fire danger will be mitigated through the required fire protection plan to be approved by fire authorities. Stormwater and drainage will be reviewed by Ada County Engineering. In terms of decommissioning, a plan is going to be required. However, financial assurance has not been provided. The board may want to provide a funding mechanism for the decommissioning plan. In terms of traffic and road wear, construction will generate traffic, and Ada County Highway District has not yet provided us with their comments. Once operational, the facility, as mentioned, will generate really minimal traffic with about 3 employees on shift at a time for maintenance, and use of existing roadways is planned. Staff suggests adding a condition to comply with ACHD requirements when they're received. Most of the items that we've discussed here in these comments have been incorporated into the conditions of approval, so I won't go over each of those individually. But some additional conditions require solid screening of the substation, submittal of a compliant lighting plan, a decommissioning plan, and approval of a fire protection plan. A letter will also need to be received from the Williams Northwest Pipeline, and it's required before construction can occur. Staff does find that the project complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval, but with some additional conditions to be added. The applicant has requested a revision to condition 12, and we would edit that condition to be the applicant shall comply with previously approved on conditions provided by Idaho Fish and Game in Exhibit 30. The purpose of that is that it removes the reference to the slick spot peppergrass surveys, which the applicant has already completed and didn't find the species in this area, so staff is supportive of this revision. Staff also recommends adding a condition requiring compliance with those ACHD comments, and then the board may also want to consider providing additional screening around residential development and requiring the decommissioning plan to have financial assurance, something that we have in our new code. My presentation will be entered into the record, and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions for there? Michaela?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
You know I'm going to. You indicate the map shows that there are irrigation ditches going through a couple of places on the property, correct?
That's correct.
So what are the water rights? Because you said only 8 acres could be feasibly, it's conditional, it's agricultural land if irrigated. So what is the water right Why did you only say 8 acres? There was only water right for 8 acres?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, if I could clarify that, this habitat assessment survey said that there's 8 acres that are actively being farmed at the moment. So there's an irrigation system in place, there must be a water right available, and then 8 of those acres are already being actively farmed. So there could be water rights available for more of the property, and our engineer, Zach Kirk, requested that we get water rights information for each of the subject properties, but that wasn't provided by the applicant yet.
So that was going to be my request, if we've gotten any water right data from them, and they haven't provided it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, I don't believe that was included in their packet, but they do have a quite substantial aquatic resources, but it mostly speaks to the riverine features and canals and ditches, but I will allow the applicant to speak to that more.
Right, and they're hearing my question, so I'm sure they'll answer it. The next question is on the fire plan with the Kuna Fire District. What is their plan in dealing with battery fires? Because there was some confusion in past when we've been talking about this in terms of how they deal with battery fires. So is that MOU, memorandum of understanding or whatever is required regarding what that fire plan is actually going to be regarding battery fires?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, we haven't received anything like that from Kuna Rural Fire District at the moment. If that's something that you would like to receive from them as part of that fire protection plan, we could add that into the condition requiring the fire protection plan.
I think that's important based on some other battery fires we've had in the Kuna area on batteries.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be important. Okay. Let's see, another question. Now, the updated flood plan, because we get updates on the flood plan,
Mm-hmm.
is the latest edition of the floodplain that because we get them from FEMA regularly, is that the most current one been evaluated in terms of the floodplain?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, I believe so. I'm not involved at all in the updating of that, and I know that our engineering team is, and we didn't receive any specific information on it being the most recent or when it was provided. I just pulled up the most recent layer that we have available for the FEMA, and that's what showed that 10 Mile Creek floodplain area.
Again, they're hearing my question, so I hope they answer it if they have information. The decommissioning plan, because correct me if I'm wrong, what you said is recycle where feasible. What does that mean?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, it's written in their initial plan. In their packet, their initial packet references decommissioning, and that packet speaks to some of the things that I talked about here, including recycling, and it's where physically possible, practically possible, and then also economically feasible is something that they included in that piece. So we need more details on what they're planning for the decommissioning plan, and we expect to get more details from them with that decommissioning plan, but you can request specifics if you'd like to.
That relates to my next question, because you indicated that there's no, correct me if I misunderstood this, there's no, no financial requirements or indication from them that they have financial feasibility on decommissioning, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, so they have not provided us with their finalized decommissioning plan yet. So far, what they have said in the packet has not alluded to any financial assurances. I did speak with the applicant about our interest in potentially including that because that was one of the neighbors concerned, and they said that they would be amenable to that. So I will let them speak to that more.
Right, yeah, part of these is if you have the information and they're hearing my question, so I'm sure they'll answer it.
Okay.
The landscaping, if there's water available in residential areas, the new state code requires surface water to be used in residential areas if it's available. Is that the same concept that they're using here in terms of the request for not having any requirements for vegetation?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, my understanding from the request for the waiver was that there wasn't a lot of irrigation water available, and they didn't want to pull on those water rights that were existing there as much as possible. But again, I'll let them speak to that.
Right,
further.
again, some of these questions is if we have the information,
For
and
sure.
if we don't, then they will answer it. And the I guess one of my last questions to you is, this is partly state land, so the state of Idaho on their land have successfully gotten their questions answered and agree with this moving forward, correct?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, there's a letter of support and allowance from IDOC, Idaho Departments of Corrections and Idaho Departments of Lands, encouraging this use, that they at least allow the applicant to move forward with this use, is what I should say. And I think there's potentially some concerns that need worked out because there's a certain agreements that need to be made on state land that it has to be for certain uses because it was leased from the BLM at one point. So I think that's probably ongoing conversations that need to be had to make sure that they have all the entitlements on that side, on the legal side. But in terms of having the requirements in order to submit an application to us, they did have all of that, including the deeds and the allowances and signatures from state of Idaho.
Thank you. I might have some other questions, but thank you. I'm sure they'll answer my question.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Michaela, go ahead.
Was there any discussion of agrovoltaics in this application?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson, no discussion of agrivoltaics with this application.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Michaela. Is the applicant in the audience?
I'm getting it. No, you're good.
Thanks, Michaela. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Clancy. I'm here with Desiree with an office at the address of 575 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 24th floor, zip code 10017. I am here to talk to you about the Jasper Solar and Battery Storage Project and to request your approval for a conditional use permit, master site plan, and variance. For my team today, I have Megan Knudsen, who is on the Desiree Development team, as well as Paul Brown, who's on the Energy Storage Response Group team, and then our environmental consultant, Nathan Jones, as well as local counsel, Norm Semenko. So first I want to start off, so today I'm going to talk through a background of our company, of Desiree, and then also talk through the project overview and then hit on some benefits to Ada County and address some of the concerns and questions that we've gotten from the public, both in our multiple neighborhood meetings, but then also in the questions that we've received through the application process. But to give you an overview of Desiree, we are a nationwide renewable energy developer, owner, and operator. We have projects in 25 states across the U.S., approximately 11 gigawatts or more of contracted in construction or operating projects, and this is across more than 75 solar, battery, storage, and or wind projects. As you can see here on the map, we have a big presence in the Mountain West, specifically in Utah. We are the largest solar developer, owner, and operator with over 1 gigawatt of projects. We also are operating a wind project over in Power County called the Power County Wind Project. And then additionally, we have the Huntington Wind Facility in Baker County, Oregon, contracted with Idaho Power. Okay, so to move over to the project specifics, Michaela hit on a lot of this super well, but I just want to touch on where this project is and kind of the development work we've done to date. So like Michaela said, this is at the intersection of Cunamora and South Pleasant Valley Roads. This is going to be an 150 megawatt solar and 150 megawatt battery storage project, 4-hour battery storage. We are in the midst of our interconnect process with Idaho Power. We're targeting signing of our large generator interconnect agreement, or the LGIA contract, in early 2026. And we are shooting to connect to a newly built Idaho Power substation that is approximately 0.1 mile just west of the project boundary. So very limited interconnect infrastructure needed to connect the project to the grid. Like Michaela said, there's also an Idaho Power line running through our project. We are not connecting to that. Obviously, we're avoiding it in our layout, as you can see here. We have to avoid the easement just for safety purposes, and so Idaho Power can perform maintenance on the line. In terms of permitting that we've done to date, and studies, so we've completed all of our environmental and engineering studies. That includes wetlands, cultural, topography, geotechnical, habitat, to name a few. And we've also initiated our local permitting process, initially with the city of Kuna back in late 2024. We worked to remove 7 parcels from Cuna's area of city impact, and I'll hit on that a little bit in the next slide. Like Michaela said, this is a 1,700-acre project area, and it's not all contiguous, as you can see here. The reasoning for that being we've worked closely with the Department of Corrections on securing our lease area and figuring out where they're not targeting expansions for their future facilities. So that's kind of the reasoning for the discontiguous project area. So just to hit on the CUNA Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment, as you all obviously saw earlier tonight, this is going to be a process that all of the cities within Ada County are going through, but we preempted this process since we needed to remove roughly half our project area in order to apply for our CUP. As you all are aware, centralized power facilities are not allowed within an area of city impact, which was the reasoning for this request. And so we completed this process in front of the Board of Commissioners, in front of you all in October of this year. So the orange hash area is CUNA's ACI, and then the parcels that are within the hash area are what we ended up removing. So the city of CUNA was supportive of this process. These parcels, because they're Department of Corrections or state lands, do not contribute any property tax revenue to either the city or the county. So they really had no plans to annex these into their city limits, and kind of are a little bit distanced from the state operations as opposed to private land within their ACI. Okay, so this is my last slide. I wanted to hit on some of the benefits of the project to Ada County. So we are expecting to employ about 150 construction employees during the roughly 18-month construction period, and up to 3 full-time operation and maintenance positions, as Michaela noted earlier. We really try to hire locally wherever we can. We have experience doing that across the country at our projects. And so we are used to running job fairs. We're actually part of the CUNA Chamber of Commerce and are free to advertise there for job openings. Additionally, as I mentioned before, in terms of our tax revenues from the project, we are anticipated to pay roughly 30 to 35 million in it's a production tax over the course of the project life. Obviously, that will be an increase on the Department of Corrections properties, which don't contribute any property tax right now, but will be an increase in tax revenues across the whole project. Additionally, this is going to provide clean, reliable power to the Treasure Valley area, which is greatly in need of power. Idaho Power is seeing a ton of new load from industrial users, data centers, for example. And then also, as you all are aware, population growth in this area has been quite dramatic over the past few years, and then just reduced hydropower generation due to changing weather patterns. Additionally, we believe this is a compatible land use with the surrounding area. As Michaela noted, this is sited around a prison facility, near multiple gun clubs, near a beef processing plant, and right adjacent to Meta's data center. We don't anticipate using a lot of water during the project life. Really, the only water use is during construction for dust mitigation, and all water that's used on the project will be recirculated into the ground. It won't be a closed loop cycle. And like I said earlier, we really don't anticipate much need for new interconnect infrastructure to connect the project, so we don't have to build a really long overhead utility line to connect this, given the substation that we're connecting to is adjacent to the project area. to address some of the questions that we've gotten in the past about the project, specifically, I wanted to hit first on visual and noise impacts. So as Michaela noted, there are setback requirements under Ada County Code that we will adhere to as part of this project. Those are 100 feet from main roads, and then there are additional setbacks from non-neighboring non-participating parcels that are adjacent to the project. Those setbacks will help to alleviate some of the visual concerns from the community and also some of the noise concerns. So in our projects, typically the noisiest components are the battery and substation, which are going to be sited immediately adjacent to an existing Idaho Power substation and adjacent to the metadata center. These two components are not going to introduce any new noise levels above current ambient levels today. Additionally, that area where the substation will be and the battery will be is not near any residential properties. And then another question that we get frequently is about the inverters. So the inverters are located throughout the site, but they're not at the boundaries of the property, so they will be set back, obviously, given the setbacks that we have to adhere to, but then further set back within the project area. I also want to hit on property value. I know this has come up before in previous hearings, but Desiree has commissioned studies on impacts of our projects to neighboring property values. We also have a collection of studies on hand showing that there are little to no impacts on neighboring properties. For example, we worked with the Chisago County tax assessor in Michigan to show that there's really no impact of one of our projects on the neighboring properties. We're happy to share any of these reports if you all would like to see those. And then additionally, Michaela hit on the farmland point, but there is really no farmland or farming or grazing activity that goes on within the project area. We're in close communication with all of the landowners here, and we've never run into any ongoing operations. Additionally, like Michaela said, the staff findings show there's really very limited prime farmland here, and it needs to be reclaimed of excess salts and irrigated, which this area, as you all know, is a pretty dry part of the county, so it would be exorbitantly expensive to irrigate this part of the county. And then additionally, we've gotten questions about wildlife impacts here. So we've commissioned SWCA to do a habitat assessment and look for any special status species, either state level protections or federal protections. Did not find any on the site. We will also be conducting a pre-construction nest survey for raptors and migratory bird species. We will also have game fencing around the perimeter of the project area, which will allow small game to pass through. So it'll be tall enough such that larger game, like deer, can't jump over and get stuck within the project area. But given that our site is not contiguous, one large 1,700 acre block, game will be allowed to pass through the general site area. Additionally, we have taken into account the community's concerns about fire, and I know you had asked about battery fires specifically. So all of our equipment is built to National Fire Code standards, and on top of that, we're working on a decommissioning plan. We actually have one ready that we're willing to share with the county, but we are continuously updating that based on our design and based on our equipment selection. In addition to that, we are in discussion with Ada County about posting a decommissioning bond, and we also have a decommissioning bond already in place under our lease with the Department of Corrections, which is our majority landowner. Oops, sorry, I kind of got sidetracked there. But in terms, going back to fire, we have been in discussion also with the Kuna Rural Fire District about our project, and we're working to annex into their jurisdiction. They actually ran into us at Kuna Days and told us that we should annex in just out of precaution and to make sure our response times are as limited as possible. So we are working with them to annex in and plan to do that early in 2026. And we're also planning to host a training with them to catch them up on specifics to responding to battery or solar fires. Should that happen, obviously that is not our ideal scenario. I think that's everything that I had, but obviously I'm happy to stand for questions, and I have some experts from my team who can probably answer your questions better than me. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Yes. Are you, go ahead. Commissioner Davidson, go ahead.
Any thought on the agrivoltaics?
Like personally, or?
Well, did you consider that for this project? Is it a potential candidate for grazing or some planting of something throughout the rows?
We have not for this project. This is obviously a pretty dry area. We've considered that for other projects in other parts of the country, maybe like the southeast. But obviously, this is a pretty dry area. Not a whole lot successfully grows here. So we haven't contemplated that too much.
Anything else? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You've answered some of my questions, but I guess apparently because it's primarily state land, as you indicated, so you have a lease with the state, obviously, to do that. So they'll be making state revenue on that for the land lease. The production tax, that's a state tax, correct, as well?
It's a state. It's like through the state that gets redistributed to the county.
And what's the percentage that comes to the county of that? Do you know what the distribution formula is?
I don't know what the distribution
But we do
formula,
get-
but I thought it was, is it 3% of our revenues from production? That's the tax, but I don't know what the,
distribution to the county? I knew we get some, but I didn't know what it was.
I spoke with the county tax assessor on this. They couldn't give me an exact percentage breakdown, just given we're a couple years out from operations, but they said it would be extremely similar to what the current parcel allocations are. So I think it would be parcel by parcel.
And, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
The decommissioning plan, you said you already have that, you've worked on that, and there could be a component part there for a funding mechanism
Yeah.
that you're working with the county on.
We have a preliminary plan in place, and we typically update that throughout the life of the project and finalize it by the time we're done with design. So we're able to share that, but obviously it would be a work in progress. But yeah, we're familiar with decommissioning bonds. We've done that at other projects. Like I said, we're already doing that under our Department of Correction lease.
Right, because again, the state's primarily, because it's primary state land, so that was my question. I'm sure they've filled all those squares. That's just for the public record in terms of what you've done there. Let's see, the Idaho Power component, what part of the infrastructure, the connectability or anything relation to Idaho Power, because you're selling the power, contemplating selling the power to Idaho Power, correct?
Yes, contemplating, but nothing definitive yet.
Until it's built, you can't sell power. So what part of that infrastructure will you be paying for upfront, or what's going to go into the rate base that they would come back to consumers to pay for any of the infrastructure? That's my real question. Is any of the infrastructure going to be put in a rate case that Idaho Power is going to collect from regular ratepayers?
Yeah, so we own and operate our projects. That's typically only the case when a utility is going to own the project. So they shouldn't have to rate base the project cost as a whole. In terms of our like interconnect infrastructure that we're building out here, we really have very limited construction needs for the project. A portion of that is what's called network upgrades to the system, and then a portion of that is self-funded, like DESRI-funded interconnect upgrades.
So that's one of the values of where the connectability is one of the values of that particular piece of property.
Yep, definitely.
Or properties, I should say. Let's see, what was my other? The water right, obviously, if most of the lands, that's a state issue as well. How much of it is private property?
Of our project area, about 700 of the 1,700 acres.
And are there water rights on those private properties?
In all fairness, we have not dug into the water rights on every parcel specifically. We know the Department of Corrections has an active well on site that we're in discussion with them about using for construction. I would assume that they would have some of the water rights on their land, but we haven't diligenced that completely.
I just didn't know where those water rights would be going, obviously, in terms of the lease. Okay, let's see, what the visual and noise compliance, you're working with with our staff to address those issues, you said?
Yeah, I mean, we have the setback requirements, which is typically sufficient for noise concerns, especially given the surrounding uses here. In terms of visual, we're willing to add a vegetative buffer where we directly abut neighbors with equipment, but it's really only one parcel where that's the case.
Thank you. I think those are my questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we have a few people that have signed up. Adam? Is that Evan?
Commissioners, Adam Evan.
Yeah.
I live at 16225 South Vista Avenue, Cuna. One of these parcels is just across the road, South Vista, on the other side of our neighbors. Clearly we have concerns about fire. We just had a 27,000 acre fire not far from us, and when you walked outside, it looked like hell was coming towards us. So we'd like to know a lot more about their fire plan before you approve anything, if possible. The other question, when we were looking at one of those map overlays, there were a number of different lines going through properties. One of them was through our property. We think it was just for the pipeline, but if it's possible to look at that map and get some clarification, just so we know that there's not any transmission lines going through. I think we would be warned if you guys were putting transmission lines. Yeah, okay. Just as far as the fire, I mean, that's the big one for us, is anything that's going to have a whole lot of electrical lines running anywhere near anybody's residential property. We just want to make sure things are taken care of and not any frayed lines are going to spark off and set that whole area ablaze. That's it.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while he's here, the fire plan that she's talking about, that they're going to submit, would address some of his questions, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, that's correct. There's quite a few parts of the fire protection plan that the applicant has already committed to providing to us, and we've brought up, the concern from the neighbor was that the property that's south of Cunamora here is closer to residential, so that would be an area we definitely want to see what their fire suppression is going to look like as well.
But they're in they've submitted part of it, and they're going to be completing that, which will address his concerns, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, so it's a condition of approval at this point, and they've indicated that they will provide it, so it was just some really basic info to start.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Right there.
Okay, Evan?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Erin Evan. I live at 16225 South Vista Avenue. Forgive me if my voice sounds a little weird. I'm sick, so I wanted to come here today to talk to you a little bit about solar. I'm really not a fan. I used to work for the Nature Conservancy in California. I've worked in the Sonoran Desert. I've seen the impact that these solar companies have on the desert tortoise, all of the animals, all of the supposed assessments that they make. They just barrel over, and you have a concrete jungle. This is a massive project, incredibly big. In 1 year, swaths of acres are going to just disappear versus piecemeal projects, moving at a steady and understandable rate. The animals that are going to be impacted, it's insane. I mean, on our streets, on Cunamora, on Vista, we have kestrel boxes because Boise State hosts a breeding record control thing that they manage. And they specifically, on a previous project, wrote in to suggest and honestly advocate for not making these projects happen because of this area is filled with these birds who need this land for their home. On top of that, I'm hearing that these solar panels are going to be 8 to 10 feet tall. I mean, that's the height of a home. So you look out and suddenly you're seeing glare as they shift around and they hit you in the face. And so that's harmful. I have kids. We homeschool. We're home a lot. We have ranches. We have lavender farms. We have chickens and cows. And so to have something so impactful so close to us is very frustrating. And when looking at what they have devised, that lot has the solar panels right on the border of those two farms, Vista Farms and their neighbors, the Cooks. And there's no setback. The other, looks like the setbacks that happen on properties to the north have to do with, it looks like, water issues. So my question to you all is, how is that like a 50-foot setback to a line of a property? It sounds great, but what happens if they want to build an ADU unit down the line for grandma? And they want to move it back there, and suddenly grandma's going to be 50 feet from a solar panel. That doesn't seem fair. It's not a good use of property. I would hope that if this does go through, those solar panels are moved away from that, more so than just 50 feet. In addition, I mean, they say noise, but come on. I live near Meta. I see construction all the time. Tons of dust, tons of movement. It's a nightmare. And I understand that life happens. We have to develop properties. But I feel like 2,700 acres all at once is a lot, even if it's on state land. I drive by the quarries every day to take my kids places. That area, I understand, is just kind of sitting there and doing nothing, but it's really not. It's providing habitat for animals. It's providing souls, like just views for prisoners who look out the window. It actually adds beauty, even if it's just the desert, to a lot of people in the Treasure Valley area. I love where we live. I think it's one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and I'd hate to see it disrupted. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, Jen, Adele.
My name's Jen Odell, and I live at 16987 South Vista Avenue in Cuna. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Just wanted to express that I strongly oppose the proposed solar project along with my neighbors. The solar facility would really change the character of our neighborhood. Many of us choose to live there for the scenery, the rural life, the quiet lifestyle. I have serious concern over the property value, as already stated. Nobody wants to live by a solar farm, even if there's studies that have been done. The construction alone would bring noise, traffic disruption, heavy truckloads on an already unsafe road that actually has fatal accidents. That's had 3 in the last couple of months. We already have fire danger every summer. We've had to almost evacuate every summer. So this would just add to that. And it takes about 20 to 30 minutes for the fire department to even show up. So any plan, the fire is already going to engulf the neighborhood. So for these reasons and many more, I respectfully reject the application, and I hope that you guys consider this as well. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Okay, is there, that concludes the people who have signed up. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to testify on this application? Then come on up, sir. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Chris Maloney, 16825 South Vista Avenue. I'm actually one of the few people out there that has their own private solar farm. So I know exactly what these things do. I have my own battery house, 44 solar panels, and it took a lot to get those in. And it is not financially feasible to do this. I did it privately for my own house with my own money, and it's not smart. I actually shouldn't have done it. They are hard to keep clean, especially out there on the high desert. You get dusty. We just had our first snow, last week before? And they have to be cleaned constantly because in order to keep enough power getting into the system, the panel has to stay clean. So with what was saying before about water usage and everything else, they're high maintenance. They are a very high maintenance piece of equipment. I'm constantly out there. I think the whole thing is silly, but that's my personal opinion. Anyway, that's it. I think they shouldn't do it.
All right. Any questions of the testifier?
All right.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? I don't see anybody else wishes to testify, so we'll give the what? Oh, come on up.
Carol Vidalis,
Oh,
109.
yeah.
Carol Vidalis, 10963 West Oleana in Boise. I wasn't prepared for this, but just listening to the presentation, there are a lot of questions now that I have, and I don't feel too good about it. And this is not right in my backyard, but it's down the south of the Birds of Prey area, which I love. And I would like, you hear the concerns about the fire, things like that. I was here for when the zoning code was being updated, and there was a lot of discussion about solar, and a lot of people for and a lot of people against, but a lot of questions weren't answered then either. So I think before, this is ripe to be tabled, and they need to have all their ducks in a row before you guys approve anything, I think. Because I'm just hearing too many things that raise questions in my mind tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Oh, we have another, come on up.
Hannah Berry, 16221 South Vista. Don't like it. The fires, it's our first year at this house. We've been in for like 6-7 months, and the fire that we had this last summer was terrifying, especially with young children. We need a fire plan, and I think that's what would make everyone else more comfortable. So if they can provide that, then we might be more on board. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else wishes to speak on this issue, so we'll allow the applicant to a rebuttal time. If you'd like to take a rebuttal time, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Do I need to restate my address?
No, you
No,
can.
okay. To address some of the questions from the public, first of all, I want to say we appreciate the engagement, and these questions come up at a lot of our projects, so we're very used to them. I think in terms of the fire risk, this is obviously something that we are still working on. We're still actively pulling together an emergency response plan with Energy Storage Response Group, who we have here tonight. Like I said, we're in active communications with the Kuna Rural Fire District. They were the ones that flagged the response time being an issue, and part of the problem of why today fire response times might be slow is because most of the project is not within a specific district, so there has to be kind of a real-time coordination if there's an emergency. So having a specific fire district that is assigned to those parcels will help really cut down those response times. That was kind of the rationale there. In terms of wildlife, so as we mentioned before, we had done habitat assessment surveys. These were pedestrian surveys. We looked for potential habitat for protected species. We looked for actual occurrences of those species. We are planning to get pre-construction nest surveys, and to the extent we find active nests right before construction, we would look to avoid those during the breeding season or until the birds have vacated those nests. Additionally, just want to reiterate here, we will have setbacks from all non-participating pieces of the project, whether that be a road or a neighboring parcel. So even though that might not be clear on our map, and we apologize for that, it wasn't the highest quality map, I would say. We are incorporating the county's setbacks on all parts of our project. In terms of traffic, so when we actually go to construct the project, as I said before, this would be probably an 18-month construction period. Traffic would be limited to entering and leaving the site twice a day, like a typical workday. And the traffic would really be limited to South Pleasant Valley and Cunamora roads, which we have noticed, at least just in our time here, are pretty industrial today and have a lot of industrial vehicles traveling them. Additionally, once we're operating, there really will be no traffic for the project, and even during construction, we're only going to be constructing during normal working hours, essentially. It's not like it will be at night or on weekends. I think there was another point on cleaning the panels. So we actually don't clean our panels at all. That's something that's just incorporated in our production estimates throughout the life of the project, and incorporated into our power purchase agreement price with whoever the off-taker will be. And also with snow, obviously it does snow here from time to time, and what we typically do during that time is our SCADA system, or the real-time data collection, will stow the panels upright so that snow isn't collecting on them. I think that was all of the concerns that we heard today, but obviously if you all remember any that I didn't hit, feel free to flag.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do have some amplifications, just one on the fire plan, just to correct what I already understand. That's a work in progress, and you're developing it based on working with the fire district, correct?
Yes, and part of the reason that it's a work in progress is because we provide that in-person training to the fire district with the assistance of ESRG, who their team is primarily ex-fire marshals. And so kind of like the discussions that go on during that training and the takeaways are incorporated into our emergency response plan or our fire plan.
Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the wildlife question, this is state land, and Idaho Department of Fish and Game, responsible for wildlife in the state. They are coordinating with you as well in terms of those studies that you're doing, whatever needs to be done, even the separation, because you're having various places as you're putting it, not just a straight panel or array, correct? And you're working with Fish and Game to, if there are any problems, they will know about it and they will help you address.
Correct. We have coordinated with Idaho Fish and Game for close to a year now, and they made several suggestions for us that was inclusive of the pre-con nest surveys, the game fencing to allow small game to pass through, also APLIC compliance, that's basically sighting lines far enough apart that birds can't form a closed loop. So those sorts of things we're taking into account in our design.
And then the setbacks.
Yes.
Those are the setbacks that are, again, this is a staff question, the setbacks that have been discussed and that will be agreed to if we approve this are the setbacks that are in our code, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, that's correct. It's the Rural Preservation District setbacks, and then it seems like Ada County Highway District has some additional setbacks from their major roadways that they've incorporated already into their master site plan.
And then my last question is the financial feasibility, because that was addressed. Obviously, you're not new to this rodeo. You've done this lots of places. So in the context of right now, federal government subsidies, that's part of your plan in terms of the financial feasibility of the project, correct?
We are not reliant on any government subsidies for the project. So typically, when we market the project to an off-taker, whether that be a corporate, whether that be a utility, we obviously model all the costs to build the project, and that's incorporated in our purchase price in our PPA.
Thank you.
I'll make one correction to that. Sorry, my name is Megan Knudsen. Same address as Caitlin. We do take advantage of federal subsidies, the investment tax credit or the production tax credit. So just want to make sure that we're not incorrectly stating anything on the record here. But yes, we do take advantage of what's available to us.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, everybody does when it comes to taxes. right?
Yeah, might as well, right?
Exactly. And my question though was, I was assuming you would take advantage, but the change in what's going on in terms of that, that has been taken into consideration in terms of the financial feasibility of the project, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions? Okay, okay. Okay, I have a question for Caitlin, if she can come back up. I wasn't quite done with her. It has to do with your, Caitlin, it has to do with your decommissioning bond. The state's requiring that you bond for decommissioning for the portion that's on the state land. What about for the balance of the project?
They don't require that we bond for the balance of the project, but that's something that we would look to do with the county. Additionally, we raise funding for these projects via a bank club, so if the worst were to happen and we were to go bankrupt, which obviously nobody wants, the fallback would be the decommissioning bond and then ultimately the lenders, if it got to that point.
Well, it's not in the conditions of approval that you have a decommissioning bond for the private land, but we could ask for that.
Yes, and like I said, we've done that at a lot of projects. We're familiar with doing that.
Yeah, on the decommissioning bond. The other, in terms of the fire suppression, some of these batteries have a tendency to burn. Do you have any kind of plan to cut those, stop the burn if one of them catches on fire?
I might actually phone a friend for this if you want to come up, Paul.
Stoplight.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioners, how you doing? My name is Paul Brown. I work with ESRG Energy Safety Response Group. You need my address?
Yeah, give me your address.
8800 North Hetzler Road, Piqua, Ohio. So inside our company, we're able to do a lot of testing because we have a lab. We were able to do over 300 medium to large scale tests. We use that knowledge to share with the industry, to share with obviously elected officials, primarily for me to share with the fire department. So why do I say that? I'm a retired fire guy, 25 plus years. Love to travel and teach when it comes to energy storage systems. So to answer your question, when it comes to battery energy storage fires, we bring a lot to the table. We have a lot of exposure to those. There are so many safety layers that are put in already. It's unbelievable. The manufacturers understand that. Prior to 2020, there was no NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, and they went ahead and established that. It's called NFPA 855. So since then, the industry, the manufacturers, the site owners, the builders, everybody dives into 855 in their National Fire Code. There are a ton of safety measures that are put into play. One of them I like to capitalize on and just quickly talk about is called the Battery Management System, the BMS. It's monitored 24/7, 365, all the way down to the volt. So excuse me, all the way down to a cell. So it can tell the volt, it can tell you if it needs to be charged, if it's not charging accurately, what the temperature is. These are heavily regulated and mandated and obviously have those safety features in. I hope that answered your question. I didn't kind of catch all of it.
Well, my question was, we have a little bit of experience here. Idaho Power has a lot of batteries in their system. And there was an Idaho Power battery that caught on fire out in Melba, and nobody could put it out. It just had to burn itself out, and it caused quite a furor. And I'm wondering if that's been a while back, has there been any technology developed to put a fire out? Because I know you have all these safety measures, but when something can go wrong, it can go wrong.
Yes, sir.
And you could catch your batteries on fire. Is there safety measures to put it out?
Yes, sir. So first off, your question is there safety measures to put it out if there is a fire? So we do teach the fire department best practices. First off, I want to say that, believe it or not, these fires are rare. I would like to point you in the direction of EPRI, Energy Power Research Institute. They just came out with a study which everybody's gravitating to, and it shows how rare these are. And it's because of the codes and standards and the knowledge and education and training that's getting out of there. These incidences are, I've read articles, they're less than 1%. When you look at the amount of best units in the United States and Canada, they're extremely rare. But we need to be prepared. Yes, sir, you're exactly right. So So what we teach the fire department is let it self-consume itself and protect your exposures. Why do we teach that? Because the codes and standards have your proper distances that are set in there, that one enclosure needs to be from the next. So inside that emergency response plan, like she talked about earlier, the site-specific emergency response plan, what's my road in, what's my road out, what's my staging area, where's my Knox box at, where is my emergency response plan if I need to get access to it. I always refer to it as a 3 a.m. Like, what do I need to know at 3 a.m. to help mitigate this problem? The other thing that's in there is subject matter expert. Who do I need to get a hold of right away to get on the horn? Hey, we're having an incident. They're going to know already because of the bells and whistles and how it's monitored. But that subject matter expert can help mitigate that. They understand the fire department can't be out there forever if there's an incident. So they can actually bring a third party in and they can help further mitigate that. We want it to from best practices, what we've seen in real world, what we've seen in the lab standpoint, let it self-consume and protect your exposures. And that's the reason why we talk about water supply and all that, and it's built in, and we do site-specific, boots on the ground training with the fire department.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just an amplification of that part of, because my questions regarding fire were the same. Because if it's burning, as you all know, that's a desert and has a lot of flammable materials in the middle of the summer. I think that's one of the issues that some of the people commented on. So not just controlling the fire, but if it starts something nearby before somebody comes, is that part of the fire protection plan?
Yes, sir, it is. The whole entire site will be a part of that emergency response plan. As far as where's the water supply at, how do they get to the water supply, how do they hook up to it, where do they deploy it if they need to? Yes, all that's built into it. And we work hip to hip, side by side with Desiree and the local fire department. And the reason why I say local is because if they have automatic aid or mutual aid or whatever, we want to work with all of them on that. We want to train with all of them.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And then that's why I was asking the water question as well, availability of water on site.
Yes.
Because that's critically important in terms of immediate addressing the issue until fire department could actually get there.
Yes.
So is the fire protection plan, I guess this is probably another question beyond you, but the fire protection plan have that as well, on-site, immediate.
A water supply on-site, sir?
Action as well for temporarily until additional help can come.
Yes.
That will be part of the fire protection plan as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And to make sure the fire department's comfortable with it too. That's the other, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Michaela, do you have some documents that you need to add to the file?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll add my presentation and the applicant's presentation to the record.
Okay.
Just a question. Are there any other things that we need to put in a motion that would be auxiliary to and if so, what are those?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, let me pull up the slide to share with you. I did provide that we have a specific condition that we will need to edit. Hold on a second. Okay, so we will need to edit condition 12. So if you're looking to approve this application, you'd want to edit condition 12 to reflect the language here. A potential condition you could add would be the funding agreement for the decommissioning plan or a decommissioning bond potentially. Then there was landscaping and screening near residential development. There was the addition to the fire protection plan that you wanted to have the memo from CUNA Rural Fire for battery fires to be added as well.
Could you restate that decommissioning bond? Because I think we should get the exact same decommissioning bond that the state of Idaho has.
Right.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how we could achieve that because they have not included that information in their packet that they have that decommissioning bond as far as I could tell or what that language would look like. We do have a new code that we put in place that includes financial assurance. So you might be able to rely on that new code in terms of what you want to require. I'm not sure the legalese on that though.
Well, I think it's important that we do that to be consistent with our new zoning code, that we have the decommissioning plan, the financial requirement of our decommissioning plan, because they have it in the majority of the site, correct? But you don't have it in the private sector properties.
I can just make one comment also that the document that we have with the Department of Corrections is a publicly available document. So while it's not in the record, it is something that anybody can look at, and that decommissioning requirement within that lease is therefore publicly available.
So, Mr. Chair, in that case, staff could be directed to get that document and request a decommissioning bond that's similar to whatever that document stipulates for the private parcels that are located in Ada County.
Well, that's what, I think we should put that in the condition of approval. So, well, we need to close the public hearing. We don't need to have any other documents included.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01571 CU MSP v. Desiree. The application being closed, and we've had lots of discussion. Is there further discussion from the board member?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I guess you can probably tell from my questions, my inclination is to approve it with some changes that do the conditions. And I think we need to, again, go over with staff if that's the
In
inclination.
this case, we need to table it first so that we have time to do that. What's the best time to approach it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have, again, next open business meeting is December 23rd or December 30th.
Do you have enough time to do what we're talking about by the 23rd?
Let's let Michaela weigh in.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, could we hear what potential conditions you'd like to add? I can get that document fairly easily, and then writing that condition is pretty simple in terms of approval. Executing it will take more time, but in terms of approval, I think we could probably make the end of the month.
The 30th.
The 23rd or the 30th, I think,
Well,
either
which
one.
one is-
The 30th is easier for me. Does
30th,
that work
okay,
for
we'll
you
say-
guys as the
We'll say
applicants?
December 30th.
It's streamed, so will that work for you guys?
And if you can just add the decommissioning language that I would like to be in, and then just give your language, and we'll go from there.
Right, and then the fire plan, make some clarity on the fire plan, some clarity on the financial, some clarity on the setbacks and the wildlife. These are all things that I think the state's done, but we need to look at theirs and then reflect that for the private property that we're dealing with as well, the 700 acres of private property, so that we can put those in conditions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly.
That's my thinking anyway.
Go ahead.
Could I ask a clarifying question? In terms of the setbacks, what further information would you require for that?
Just to make sure that that's clear, we're following those setbacks that are in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Just,
So,
which will normally be what you put in the statement of
Yeah.
statements anyway, but those are my conditions. If there are anything else that,
Well, just the decommissioning financial obligations for the non-state land.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get that information from the state of Idaho.
and I think for the fire plan, it should contain water availability on site for immediate action in terms of if something happens immediately pending. And then the fire plan also, because they're not in the fire district now, that should be in there as well, that they have to be in the fire district so that complication of calling the fire department wouldn't be there.
Okay, I can watch the video back to make sure that I catch every piece of that, but I'm understanding that you want to approve with conditions, table to December 30th, and you want to add conditions for clarity on the fire plan, including those two stipulations you just talked about, more details on the finances for the decommissioning plan, and clarity on the setbacks.
That's
Is there
our
anything
motion.
I missed?
That is the motion.
Sounds good.
Is there a second to the motion? Second.
And table it until the December 30th meeting.
Okay. Is the motion clear in the tabling?
Does staff and secretary understand the motion? Or do we need to clarify it?
Did you get it? He's got it. All right. Motion has been made. It's clear. And is there any further discussion from the board? I think we've had a good discussion here.
Well, I'll just comment that, fully aware that nobody wants to live next to a solar farm. I mean, that's pretty universal. It's come up in various other hearings we've had on various other solar farms. The previous one that we turned down, we had quite a robust discussion on that. But I think our conclusion was, we do need to have solar in Ada County, but we'd like it to be in certain locations, preferably to others. And this desert behind the prison is kind of one of the ideal locations that if we're going to have a solar farm in Ada County, this is ideally where we would want it to be. Listening to all the issues brought by the people testifying tonight, I think the solar company has covered it, and we've by including in our motion, basically double and triple checking that we're going to verify that the fire plan, the wildlife plan, setbacks and decommissioning plan are clear and to our satisfaction. I really do think that will address the vast majority of issues brought forward tonight by the public. As far as noise goes, when it comes to noise, we're generally looking at what kind of noise will happen once a project is complete. Construction noises and development, that's just, a fact of life that all of us have to deal with. But once the construction is done, solar farms are going to be pretty quiet. There's not a lot of noise that they generate. So that's kind of the trade-off. You are going to have to deal with construction noises for a while, but it'll be pretty quiet once it's done. So again, I empathize with everybody who doesn't want to live next to solar farms. Nobody does. But the solar company has, I think, done a pretty good job of addressing the concerns that will potentially impact that area. And so I'm inclined to vote in favor.
Okay, any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just as we have had people who've been following this issue with us, we've had robust discussions both from the public as well as us here and staff regarding the whole solar issue. And I think this is an example of, as Commissioner Davison said, we're trying to find places. We're not anti-solar. We want to have it, but we want to have it in the most appropriate places in the county. And I think this, as Commissioner Davison said, is probably one of those places that would, if there is one, that would be the case. So I made the motion, so I don't know if it's been seconded.
Yeah, Mr. Davison seconded the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And just finally, I'll close out with, we did pass an ordinance that dealt with solar farms. We put a lot of new conditions on, but as staff mentioned, this was filed under the original ordinance, so we're not using some of the more stringent language in the new code, but that will be for all subsequent projects going forward.
Okay. Well, the motion's been made, it's been seconded, and it's clearly understood by staff and so I'll call for the question then. All in favor of the motion as indicated, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Michaela. Thank you. Well, we still have 2 applications ready to go here. Okay, I will open the public hearing on application 2025-01791, CU MSPV, Don Curry. We'll have Amelia give us a report. Go ahead, Amelia.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01791-CU-MSP-V is a conditional use and master site plan to operate a contractor's yard with a variance to allow access off of a private road. The property is located at 5701 West Bristlecone Lane and contains 10 acres in the rural residential district. The property is located west of Kuna city limits and is within Kuna's area of city impact. Most of the surrounding property is rural, residential, or agricultural uses. The railroad is also adjacent to the site across from Greenhurst Road. The proposed contractor's yard consists of only an outdoor storage area. No structures on the site will be utilized for the business. As this is a rural district, this use will expire in 5 years, where the applicant will need to reapply, if approved. The yard will be for parking trucks and cars for the applicant's trucking business. While the trucks will mostly be gone during the day, the applicant's personal cars will be located in the spaces shown. At the end of the day, the trucks will be parked on-site and the employees will leave in their personal cars. There will be no customers on-site and no office space on-site. The applicant is also requesting a waiver of landscaping, as the site is rural in nature and the applicant does not want to make the area commercial in nature with long lengths of fencing and landscaping, and the approval is only for 5 years. Staff finds that the request for landscaping waiver is sufficient. A variance is required because contractors' yards are required to take access off of an improved public road, and this yard would be taking access from a private road. In order to approve a variance, 3 findings must be met: that the variance does not grant a right or special privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district, that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site, and that the variance is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. The variance will not grant a right or special privilege because although access will be from the private road, the property itself does have frontage along Greenhurst Road, which is a public road. The location of the yard prevents access directly from the public road, and the variance also relieves an undue hardship, as requesting additional driveways onto Greenhurst will be difficult, as ACHD prefers to limit access points on arterial roads. Also, the access would need to cross the irrigation lateral that bisects the property. Lastly, the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare based on comments received from Transmittal. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 1,000 feet. Central District Health is requesting accessory use authorization. The county engineer requested conditions related to the parking area, requiring that it meet specifications for compacted surface. CenturyLink commented that a buried cable is adjacent to this property and it will have to remain undisturbed or relocated at the owner's expense. Based on the location of the cable, this project will have no effect on CenturyLink's cable. Based on other agencies, including ACHD and City of Kuna, voiced no objections to the proposal. We did receive one comment from a neighbor that was concerned with the drilling of a new well, but the applicant has clarified that the well labeled on the site plan is an existing well and no new wells will be drilled for this project. Staff finds that the application complies with the Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. Staff recommends the board take into any testimony given at tonight's hearing before making their decision. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 35, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
Make sure, the request is just a variance to allow access off of a private road, correct?
That's correct. All other standards are compliant with.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you, Amelia. Is the applicant here? Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Curry Curry. I am co-applicant and owner of the property at 5701 West Bristol Cone Lane in Kuna, Idaho 83634.
Curry Curry.
Curry Curry, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you, first of all, for having us here. I know it's been a long night for everybody, and thank you so much to Amelia and Development Services. I am a nurse by trade, so this is very new to me, and I'm doing the best that I can, and honestly, without Amelia's help, we would have a lot more difficulty. And I just want to also thank my neighbors for being here. We have several neighbors that have been here to support us throughout the entire process, and they have sat here all night as well, so thank you. I'm ready to answer any questions I can.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
Mike, thank you. And thank you for being here, and thank you for waiting all this time, listening to all the other stuff. But you understand this is 5 years, correct?
I do understand that, correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a Robert Pinkadzor.
Robert Pingator, 9075 South Greenhurst, CUNA. The only reason I'm speaking up, my wife and I are neutral on it. We actually approved their of their efforts. Just wanted to have it entered into record that there are 2 West Bristlecone lanes in that area. I just want to make sure that the Bristlecone lane we're talking about is the Bristlecone lane that is one word, not the one that is adjacent to our property, which is Bristlecone Lane, 2 words.
Okay.
Staff, make sure in all of our records that is correct.
That is correct.
All right.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alan Barrow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My wife and I, we live adjacent to the subject property, just to the southwest. We're right across the canal. So we're all part of the same subdivision. It's just that a canal splits it. And so the southern parcels enter off of Hubbard Road from the south, whereas the 2 northern parcels come off of McDermott Road, as you see. And we've also got another property owner within Bristlecone subdivision, which is Marilyn Morano, who is here tonight. The other 2, the Petersons and the Nallys, also opposed this. They were going to come and testify. One is out of town, the other's getting back in town. But the problem is that this really changes. I mean, the subdivision's been here for years, and it's been residences and these small acre farms, and sometimes people have horses or animals. That's what it's been. And now, this is a full-on commercial trucking operation. And I don't know the technical definition of a contractor's yard or of a truck terminal, but this sounds a lot more like a truck terminal to me. These are full-length semis there, and truck terminals are not permitted under the rural residential zoning, but like I said, I'm not an expert, I don't know the exact definitions, but this fundamentally changes not just the subdivision, but this whole area. And I have to let you know, because you can see from the aerial that just to the west of them is another parcel that is loaded up with a bunch of transfer trucks and trailers. And that's, so I have to just mention that we're trying to deal with that too, but it's a different matter because they're trucking, but they're agricultural trucking, and apparently that makes a difference. But again, it's a full-on commercial trucking business. What we were told originally was going to be like a couple of trailers because they had separate acreage that they needed to take hay off of and so forth. That's what we signed on for. We end up probably, you can look, it's like a dozen out there now, full-on commercial. And then now we've got a second one coming in. And the point is, this changes everything in this area. This is going to attract more commercial of this nature. And it's really going to change this whole area. There's no other businesses other just to the east there. You've got Viscaro Winery. Of course, that's lovely vineyards and an upscale, beautiful tasting room. That's a totally different thing. My time is up, so I just ask you to not approve this.
Okay, any questions for the, go ahead.
So exactly where are you on that map? Where are you from what we're talking about?
So
from the site?
If you go, you look at the subject property, cross the canal to the south.
Right.
And then just go left a little bit there. We're that property to the southwest. Okay. The Petersons are directly south of them. So we're, right. Guard, yes, that's our property. Just to the right of us is the Petersons.
So what's the distance between where the trucks will be versus where you are?
I don't know the exact distance, but we can see them, because that's where we look. One of the attractive thing about these parcels in this subdivision is that you can see the Owahis and you can see the Boise front. But that's exactly where you look to see the Boise front, is right out over those. So you see the trailers and everything out there. Direction. This is nothing against the Currys. They seem to be nice people, good people. It's nothing personal about it, but we feel like we have to take a stand on this, on both, with regard to both these parcels. It's really going to change the area.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the people who've signed up. Is there anyone that wishes to add some testimony to this application? Okay, or none. Curry, if you'd like to provide a rebuttal, you're welcome to.
Thank you again. And Alan, thank you for coming up and discussing your concerns. I mean, obviously, it is extremely important to us that we are good neighbors. You know, our goal here is to be as compliant as we can with everybody's requests, and that includes our neighbors. We do know that businesses can have an impact on the community. We have a farm on our property. In fact, I know Al had mentioned that there are several properties that have horses and whatnot. We also do as well. In fact, our horse property butts right up to where we have our trucks parked. It is our goal that everything stays as agriculture as possible in that area. We don't want to change the aesthetics of the environment. We want it to look like a farm. We don't want this to look like a commercial trucking operation. In fact, we have a very, very small fleet of trucks. We want it to stay that way. It's extremely important to us that when people drive by, that they're, not concerned about what they're seeing visually from the main road from Greenhurst, just because of the way our property is designed, which I think Amelia may be able to show you better on one of the other maps. I think a little bit, yeah, this is great. So if you look at Greenhurst Road, where our site is, it is down Bristlecone Lane, which is the private lane. It is really, honestly, barely visible from Greenhurst Road. In fact, the neighbor that has the most impact is here tonight and does not have an opposition to this, and he is directly next to us. The location of the other properties around us, Alan's property specifically, honestly, we had a comment from one of our neighbors during our neighborhood meeting. The neighbor that lives adjacent to Alan, I believe, is the neighbor that said he can barely see the tops of our trucks from his property. He admitted that it really had no visual impact for him. And so again, that's kind of my rebuttal to that. As far as attracting more commercial properties, as he mentioned, we have a vineyard right next door to us. I mean, that is a commercial property. And yes, we have other agricultural businesses around us. So I don't really believe that it's changing the aesthetics from.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
tell us just a little bit about, the new business idea. What exactly are you going to be doing? How many trucks do you envision?
So nothing is changing. We have had this business functioning for several years. In fact, I believe 2017 was when we started the trucking business. And we're not planning on changing anything. This is honestly just to allow us to continue to park our trucks on the property, the trucks that we already have, the 7 drivers right now, so.
So you said you had a small fleet, and that's the 7 trucks?
That's correct.
That's right.
And you're not planning on expanding that fleet within 5 years?
No. My husband works enough trying to manage this, so I think that's good for me. Yeah, we're busy people with the farm and kids, so.
And what hours are the trucks operating?
Yes, so when our trucks come and go, and this may be just a minor adjustment to what Amelia said about the trucks coming at the beginning of the day and leaving at the end of the day, we sometimes don't have drivers come at all during the day. Our drivers may park their personal vehicle when they pick up the truck, and they may leave to drop off a load or pick up a load. They may be gone for 2 days at a time, a week at a time, so it's very minimal impact. And Commissioner, if you could, I apologize, could you repeat the end of that question? The hours of operation, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, when the trucks would be.
Coming and going, sure.
coming and going.
So our typical hours are going to be picked up or dropped off between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Again, limiting those hours outside of business hours is ideal so that we can limit impact.
Are the trucks able to leave the property without backing up and triggering the backup alarms?
Yes, we have a really, obviously, a great plan for them to be able to move about on the property. In fact, we probably don't even need the size that we have, but we have that so that any parking or maneuverability is as easy as possible for them.
You know, everybody hates those backup alarms. They travel.
I'm
Everybody
sure.
travels. So other than the trucks coming and going 7 a.m., 7 p.m., it's not going to be generating a lot of noise.
That's correct. Definitely not as much noise as the railroad that's right across the street. Yeah, they tend to use that as a parking lot, so it's very loud.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you indicated that your property is kind of in an L shape, like you say.
Correct.
Down in the bottom right-hand corner, what's that? That's not your property,
That's correct. Only the outline in red. So our home is closest towards the Greenhurst line there.
Right.
And then we have horse property towards the back half behind where the contractor's yard is.
And that other neighbor in that little piece there,
That is the winery location.
that's the winery, okay. And they don't have a problem.
We have never heard a comment from them either way, Commissioner, so I imagine they do not.
And then your property to the south of where the trucks would be, is where the horses are?
Yes, Commissioner, so the horses are at the bottom that you see there of the property, and then the site plan is where the trucks are currently parked. So the property behind that is all horse property, and we have horses on there currently.
And again, this is for staff and you. This request is a variance to use a private road, entrance off of a private road, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
One
Oh,
more.
go, another question, sorry, go ahead.
So in order to grant the variance, there has to be some sort of hardship that's unavoidable without the variance. Can you address, the hardships due to the condition of the land that you'd be affected by?
Absolutely. As Amelia had mentioned, I think one of the biggest issues is the irrigation canal, because there is an irrigation canal technically on both sides of the property. So we would have to somehow figure out how to come from, we have another pasture. I'm guessing this is to the east of our property, the smallest portion on the map that you see there. There's another pasture there. That would be the only possible access off of Greenhurst Road, and we would have to deal with the irrigation through that. It would also increase the distance in which the trucks would need to drive to get to the contractor's yard. It would go through our horse property. It would be very difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Amelia, you have any other documents you need to add to the file?
I do not.
Okay, you added your report?
Yes.
Okay. I will then close the public hearing on application 2025-01791, CU MSPV Don Curry. Okay, the public hearing being closed. What is is there a motion pending?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve application number 202501791-CU-MSP-V based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm made a motion for this because I think the applicant did a good job in alleviating some of the concerns that this could end up being an out of control, massive trucking operation. They stated on the record that they're not really planning to expand their fleet for the next 5 years more than what they currently have. And the noise concerns it's always an issue, but the fact that the trucks will only be coming and going at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, I think is a minimal impact, especially for a lot that size. And so I'm persuaded to support this. Again, it's for 5 years where we would review it after 5 years. And I think the applicant made their case for the variance as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I would agree, again, with the staff report, that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site because of the driveways and so forth. So I think it does fit that as well, so I would second the motion.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Okay. We only have another application. I'll open a public hearing on application 2024-00314 CUM Kirschner Holdings. We'll first have our staff, Brent Danielson, give us a report. Go ahead, Brent. It's all yours.
All right. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2024-00314 CU-M is a request to modify a condition of approval for an existing contractor's yard. The applicant wants to modify condition number 15 of project number 2024-00314 CU-MSP. The property is located in southern Ada County and is at the southeast corner of Cunamora Road and Vista Avenue. The area to the south of the subject property is generally rural residential and rangeland. There are a couple of businesses along South Vista Avenue. These businesses include the Dusty Acres Equine Center, which is a commercial stable and riding arena that offers horse boarding lessons, day use of the facilities with indoor and outdoor arenas. There's also an agritourism business on South Vista Avenue that has hosted farm-related events such as flower picking, bazaars, and classes. The area to the north has a mixture of uses, including a shooting range, rangeland, and the Idaho State Penitentiary. The area to the west is rangeland, other contractors' yards, a warehouse, and agricultural service establishment. The area to the east is rangeland, and there is an application for a solar farm on the adjacent property that you heard this evening. The property is located at 16,000 South Vista Avenue. It contains approximately 38 acres in the Rural Preservation District. The subject property has 2 contractors' yards and a wood chip storage area. The southern contractor's yard is for the applicant's tree service business, and the other contractor's yard is approximately 10 acres in the northeast corner of the property and is leased to other contractors. The Board of Ada County Commissioners heard an application for the contractor's yards back in the summer of 2024. The initial project had originally included a comprehensive plan map amendment, zoning ordinance map amendment, and development agreement, but those components of the project were denied. The board approved the conditional use and master site plan and placed a condition of approval on the project that limited the northern contractor's yard to just 50 total vehicles. The applicant wants to increase the number of allowed vehicles or trailers to 280 for the northern contractor's yard. In their detailed letter, the applicant states that after considering the size of the property, they would like to adjust the vehicle count to 40 per acre. They mentioned that there are 7 usable acres after setbacks and driveway space, so if all were rented, they would have a maximum total of 280 vehicles or trailers in the 10-acre space. At the public hearing back in 2024, the applicant indicated that they were willing to limit the number of vehicles for that northern contractor's yard. And kind of at the public hearing, kind of a 50 vehicle figure was kind of thrown out. Since then, the applicant has determined that that 50 vehicle number is really not enough allowed vehicles for that northern contractor's yard, and so they would like to increase that. Since the staff report was published, we have received comments from neighboring property owners. The neighbors are opposed to the change in condition number 15. They feel that 50 vehicles are enough and that additional vehicles would have a detrimental effect and change the character of their neighborhood. None of the agencies have raised any objections to increasing the number of vehicles for the northern contractor's yard. Staff finds this application complies with the Ada County Code and is recommending approval to the board, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Go ahead.
I haven't read, but what was kind of the dialogue from P&Z on this?
So this was actually, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so back in 2024, this was originally, when we had the rezone, the comp plan amendment was heard in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended denial of the project. Then this was brought in front of the board because of the rezone and the comp plan amendment. Based on the testimony at that I would say both the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing and the board's public hearing back in 2024, the neighbors were very against the application. They were very concerned about changing the comp plan and designating the area as industrial because they have they have their homes on Vista Avenue and they felt that was out of character for their area. The board, you at the time, along with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the P&Z Commission recommended denial of the rezone and the comp plan change, and then the board had also recommended denial of the proposed rezone to industrial and also the comp plan map amendment to change the future land use to industrial. At the public hearing, you somewhat compromised because a contractor's yard is a conditional use in the Rural Preservation District, so a contractor's yard is allowed for 5 acres. At the public hearing, it was my understanding that you thought that, it would be appropriate to approve the conditional use master site plan for the contractor's yards, because at the end of 5 years, if those contractor's yards were to continue, they would then require another public hearing, which would be in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So right now, we're only increasing the number of vehicles. That the request is only to increase the number of vehicles. Again, would that start the clock on the 5 years again, or?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, it would not. So at the public hearing, kind of in regards to kind of it was kind of during the applicant's rebuttal that the board had talked during kind of questioning during the rebuttal period, where the issue of putting a limitation on the number of vehicles came up. And so the applicant in their testimony before had stated that they were willing to have a limit of the number of vehicles. And the applicant had kind of thrown out that 50 vehicle number during the rebuttal when you had, I think it was Commissioner Beck had asked, if there was a certain number that you think would be appropriate. And during the kind of your deliberations, you ended up adding a condition of approval that limited that northern contractor's yard to just 50 vehicles. And so that's kind of a general summary of kind of what happened at that board hearing that kind of leads us here today, and also kind of in your deliberations, there was discussion amongst the board that, if this wasn't, the right number, if it was too much, too many vehicles or even not enough vehicles, that the applicant would then be able to, through a public hearing process, come back and request that change.
And that's what they're doing now.
That's what they're doing today.
In review, that's what I thought, and I just wanted you to review it for the public record.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Okay, is the applicant here?
Commissioners, my name is Craig Kolchak. I own a consulting company, RCK Consultants. My address is 4839 North Mountain View Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83704. From what I understand, and I wasn't here a year ago, that this presentation was kind of a little unusual because from what I heard, the applicant that represented these people was intoxicated. And they were a little bit up aghast when somebody threw out the 50 units per, it's actually 7 acres of usable space. There's 10 acres there. The project's been built. They used about 110,000 cubic yards of material to meet the standards required for the parking lot. They have a 6-foot berm around the entire perimeter of the project, and a 100-foot setback from that berm to where the actual parking area is. And I don't think that they were adequately represented when they were here a year ago. The parking area is within the comprehensive plan allowable space. We've got industrial projects up and down Cunamore Road. Right across the street from this project, there's the Boise Gun Company, or Boise Gun Club, and they operate 3 times a week. And they even have night shooting out there with a lot of lights, and it illuminates the entire area. There's no lights on this project. I think they're within their right to ask for the additional space, and I don't think that the 50 units. Brent, do you have a picture of the site with the units that are out there right now?
Sure, I think we.
To kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. Thanks for hanging in here. It's been a long night, eh?
Yeah.
For you too.
Sorry to put you on the spot,
No
Brent.
problem. The system's a little wonky here. There we go.
Okay. Let's take a look at number 3, I think, right?
Or number 4.
Or number 4, too, for that matter. So that's the site. Is that an acre?
So if I can
Yeah.
speak, Pam Kirschner, 6217 South Latigo, Boise, Idaho. So this is a 10-acre site. We are renting out 1/2 acre to 1 acre lots. We currently have 1 acre rented. This is 30 vehicles on 10 acres. And so it's a very small postage stamp still. And so like he was stating, we did not have good representation when we were here last time. That is not your problem. What we should have done at that point probably is
Tabled it.
asked for it to be tabled. But we don't know what we're doing. We expected our attorney to handle that. Again, not your problem, but it was, you asked us, how many spots do you think you need? And we're like, we don't know. Like, we weren't prepared to speak. We weren't prepared to have numbers.
Yeah, Hey, Brett, could you show number 5, please?
Sure.
Kind of shows the layout of how it would be served. And access off of this is off of Cunamore. It's not off of Vista. Vista's a dead-end street anyway. It only goes away and then it's dead-ended. So it's not like the Vista Avenue we have in Boise. So access to the site would be off of Cunamore. But wouldn't impact none of the traffic would impact this at all when it's in operation. And that's kind of how it's laid out as far as the different acre sizes and different lot sizes. Currently, they've got the potential for additional renters. I mean, ESI is going to have 40. And then there's American Trailers. They want a site for half an acre. And then there's a Workforce Modulars. It's if you've ever been on a construction site, you see those trailers that house the contractors and the project managers with the mat rooms and stuff. That's kind of what they're going to have out there too. But I think in lieu of the representation they had on the October of
But there's no change in the
2024.
actual site. There's no change in entrance.
Yeah,
There's no
the
change.
site's
It's
the
just
same.
density.
It's just density.
But I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, the title indicates that you have approximately 38 acres there?
We do. And we've got 10 acres of the 38 acres.
And where's because this is where you're showing here 3 by 6 acres.
7, actually.
7, yeah.
This is 10 acres. And then there's 6 acres that we're renting, but with the offsets in the road, the whole postage stamp is 10 acres. And then there's 6 1-acre lots that we're renting. Does that make sense?
And then you've got the driveways that take up the other
Right.
acre.
Where's the 38 acres?
Can you
Right,
show
do you have a
that?
picture of the overall?
Oh, the bottom portion, then.
Yeah, so our property is that whole piece of property on the right, and then the 10 acres is that little postage stamp that's up off of Cunamore.
And where is it you want to add the number of vehicles?
In the, Brett, can you point to that?
In the 10
In that
acres?
10 acres, yes.
In the 10 acres there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Brent, correct me, I guess, the staff report says, the initial project had originally included a comprehensive plan amendment, zoning ordinance map amendment, and development agreement, but those component projects were denied. So what was approved then in relation to the 50 vehicles? And then how does that relate to, and it was for 5 years for 50 vehicles?
Yes,
correct?
so Mr. Chairman, so what was approved was a conditional use master site plan. So they have 2 contractors' yards. So they have a southern contractor's yard here, which is for their tree service business. And they also have a wood chip storage area, which was also approved. That's associated with the tree service business. And then they have this 10 acres, which is the northern contractor's yard. That was also approved through the conditional use master site plan. And this is the one contractor's yard where they're leasing out area within that 10 acres to other contractors.
Okay, and that's what we approved?
Yes.
That's what we approved, and with 50 vehicles?
Yep, so there was no limitation on the tree service business, the southern contractor's yard. The limitation for the 50 vehicles was on the northern contractor's
Right,
yard.
all the other that we approved, they're not even requesting change there, just the northeast corner
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Deli, yes.
of their total property.
Hey, Brent, could you show number 3 again?
Sure.
Kind of gives you the gist. And Cunamore is to the north of the
On the right-hand
project.
side of that picture, and the access, if Brent can point to that, this is the access into that yard off of Cunamore. So we don't access through the neighborhood at all for either our tree service or for these vehicles.
Go ahead.
Because that is in the northeast corner of your total acreage, and you access your, could you put up that map where it shows the total site, this map right here?
Our vehicles come in off of Cunamore Road as well, and then we have a road that goes around through our property to the other contractor's yard,
Right.
which isn't really in discussion today, but yes.
Right.
And then the other vehicles would access through there too, and there's a security gate that they have to go through.
So you're only wanting up in that top right-hand corner
Correct.
of
Nothing else
the visual. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that had you had more time to refine it, you would have asked for this initially?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't remember the quality of your previous representation, but he
So-
did get us to vote for this.
So what happened actually is our attorney had to leave because she was intoxicated, but she had a planner that was with her, that had worked with her on the project, and he came up and represented us. Again, in hindsight, I wish that we would have just stopped at that point and reassessed where we were at. So yes, we did have somebody that presented for us, but he was not the attorney. And our attorney's actually.
Well, I'm saying we did vote for it, so it can't be all bad.
Right.
And I do recall there was pretty strong neighborhood opposition.
And there still is today, I believe.
And I'm sure we'll hear shortly.
Yes.
Brent, would it be this time that I admit the rental agreement into the record?
Yes, so, Mr. Chairman, before kind of just now, Mr. Kolchak had given me kind of a rental agreement for the Northern Contractors Yard. And that Northern Contractors Yard basically kind of states provisions that their tenants have to comply with. So that's kind of what the contractor's yard is right here.
And that's being presented now for the first time?
Yes.
Does that include hours of operation?
It includes hours of operation, it includes that they can't have toxic material, that they can't live on the property, that they have to keep it clean.
No trash or anything like that, yeah.
What are the hours?
6 to 8 p.m.
Yes, 6 to 8 p.m.,
Which
yeah.
is what was indicated at the meeting.
And the rental agreement is kind of tailored around ACHD standards too. ACHD. I got to get those guys out of my head. Ada County Development Services.
Yeah, we tailored the rental agreement based on what you told us to do, yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other questions?
Not right now.
Okay. All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have a number of people that want to speak about this. Alan Evan? Adam Evan, sorry. This is your second time to the podium tonight.
Coming down here, that's for sure. A year ago, everybody in our neighborhood said we didn't want this. Before they bought the property, we said we didn't want this. It is an eyesore. There's not 30 vehicles there right now. There's maybe 10 or 12 giant semis. Every time we turn onto our street, we see 10 or 12 giant semis. We don't even know what 50 would look like, let alone 280. This is a residential neighborhood. Nobody wants it. It's all horse properties. Lavender Farm. It's lovely. You should check it out. They have events. It is very different than 280 tractor trailers and whatever else they're talking about putting on there, like little tiny houses. It does not belong where we are. Planning and zoning denied it because we didn't want it. You guys said give them 50. They haven't even filled 50 up yet. There's 10 or 12. Their picture didn't even show the 30. So please do not do this. Do not turn our neighborhood into a 280 parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Evan.
Hello, Ken.
Your second time, too.
It is. I love being here. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Erin Evan. I live at 16225 South Vista Avenue, for the record again. Just like pretty much everyone else in this room, we're very against this. We were against it from the get-go. Every meeting, we've been very vocal. This is an eyesore. They're not neighbors. They live in Boise. They do not live on the property. They do not see how many trucks come in and out. There have been some issues with bonfires that were 10 feet high. We've had to call the cops on it. It's been a mess. And the idea that that picture shows 30 vehicles is laughable. It's only 12. We all see it when we drive by. And the idea of it being more than 50 it actually draws breaths of just like, what are you thinking? We are not an industry. We are rural residential. As my husband said, we have a lavender farm with vents maybe twice a year. They're lovely. Again, you should come check it out. The horse people, they're there rarely. They leave their horses there. They ride around the properties when they're there. It's a very quiet, calm neighborhood. But the idea of putting 280 trucks, plus all of the staff that's going to come with them for every acre, because they're renting this out, it's suddenly just a mess. It has always been a mess. We are very against this, and we really hope that you say no on this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Brent, can you put up the map again and show where your properties are and the others that are going to be testifying as well?
May to point them out as well?
Yes, well, they will probably, but
Yeah.
so that you can, the neighborhood, I guess, is what I'm
Yeah,
getting.
Vista, south of the property.
I'm assuming it's Vista is the,
Yeah, so we are like 7 or 8. Again, I was trying to remember. Just 40-acre properties. There's 1 or 2 properties that are less than 40 acres, but they're here representing us. They're actually here in the audience.
so looking at that,
Yes.
where the circle is, it's east of there, right?
Yeah, so we are west of it, just
Right.
right across the street.
Yeah, right across, west of their side.
Yes.
And that you're talking about, and that's Vista, and so it's all of,
Yeah, all of it south, and then it extends into the horse farm, which turns into a dirt road. And even the gentleman who lives at the end with his bison farm is against this. He just couldn't come tonight. So-
and I'm assuming most of those neighbors are here and going to be.
Yeah, they are. There's one major family that could not come tonight. They had a prior application, but they
And that's
told
why,
us.
that's why I want to have this map, so as they come up, we can, and where's yours
Again,
place?
it's, let's see if you can see it from here. Yeah, it's right there.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Amy Niendorf?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Amy Neindorf, 15950 South Vista Avenue. I would love to point out to you where I live. I live in that 1 acre that's in the middle of the 38 acres that they want to turn into industrial.
Point
And
it out there again.
yeah, on the site, basically, that little tiny square, that's my house. That's my 1 acre. So this is my backyard. I know, NIMBY, haha. It is my backyard. And I asked Brent to show you a couple pictures that I brought of my view. This is looking from my backyard. So when you see those aerial drawings and all their other representations, I'm sure you guys realize scale changes a lot. Well, this picture probably is zoomed in a little bit more than what it represents, the closeness to my backyard. And this isn't even my very back fence. This is my yard part. This is closer to my home where the boat is. And this picture is from my bedroom window. So this is what I get to look at every day, is this parking lot. I want to point out here that their berm is very inadequate. It's maybe 4 feet tall. I'm not sure. I'm not going to go measure it, but it's very inadequate. If you're level on the other picture, which shows from my backyard, your level, you see everything anyway. Nothing is obscured at all by that berm. We do have 2 other contractors' yards within, I don't know, a mile, half mile of our property that are actually in appropriate locations where they're not in a neighborhood. One has a beautiful 6-foot fence all the way, it might be 8-foot fence all the way around. The other one has probably a 10-foot berm that does obscure your view of all the vehicles. So they have said that they're going to add to that berm, but it hasn't changed in months. So that is a complaint that I feel is not in accordance with their conditional use permit, sorry. I do also want to specify, we had 2 meetings before when this first came about. Their second meeting, they said their lawyer was intoxicated. They could have realized that before the meeting and said, hey, we can't go today. Their lawyer actually sat back and didn't have anything to do with the meeting, and their representative that they had was very effective. They were not lacking in representation at all. It wasn't the cluster that they were trying to say that it was. I just feel like we're the only neighborhood, one of 2 neighborhoods. With the next neighborhood is 7 miles down Cunamora Road. I know that this is all turning industrial around us. We're fine with that. We knew that moving in there. And they try to, say the other industrial businesses around us are causing us any kind of disturbance, and theirs isn't that bad. But the other ones are not in our neighborhood. I mean, there was so many properties available. There still are industrial properties available all along Cunamora. They chose our neighborhood, so they need to have serious restrictions on them, on what they get to do on their property, because that's what they walked into. They chose our neighborhood. It's one of only 2 in a very long road. So I really think 280 is kind of an obscene ask. From 50 to 280, that's a big jump. And that's all I want to say is I think that they do have to deal with some serious restrictions on what they get to do because they chose it. And the other properties that are supposedly industrial businesses on our road are agricultural, and they're not causing constant disturbance. So the gun club barely runs. They barely run. They have Memorial Weekend, and I think they have 4th of July weekend, and then they have a turkey shoot on the day before Thanksgiving. Other than that, it's random. Maybe 2 people out there shooting, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So you're totally surrounded by their properties, what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
And you participated in the original hearing?
Oh, yeah, both of them.
Was there discussion of fence screening or the
Yeah,
height of the
and you guys
berm, or-
recommended a berm. You guys felt like a berm was the nicest thing to put out there. And it's not doing its job.
Do you think a
I
fence with
asked for a
screening would be
fence.
better?
I did ask for a fence.
You asked for a fence back,
Mhm.
okay.
I did, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Kirschner?
Oh, sorry, that was me.
Oh,
I
that's
signed
you,
in when I
okay.
did.
Eric Kirsch?
Sorry, he's 14.
Oh, okay. Jan Odell?
Hello again, Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners. Jen Odell, 16987 South Vista Avenue. In that map, I'm probably the lowest one under Dusty Acres at the end of the dirt road, almost the end. But just wanted to reiterate that the same stuff that my neighbors have stated already. And I think my biggest frustration is just that it keeps changing. We originally had the neighborhood meetings, and it was just that we were going to have vehicles for their own company, which was fine, but it keeps changing and changing and changing. Now it's a storage facility pretty much with almost 300 vehicles that they're wanting. So that's probably the biggest frustration that I had, that it just is always changing, and it's not that we keep hearing the truth from them. So, but thank you guys for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So the previous lady indicated the berm or a fence.
Yes.
What's your opinion of
I
that?
definitely agree. I would like to see something as well. I feel like they've said that they want to look the best in the neighborhood and support the neighborhood, but we just don't see that happening with them. So it just seems like they're not helping the neighborhood and being a supportive neighbor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hannah Berry? We're getting a lot of repeats here tonight. That's okay.
Hannah
Okay,
Berry,
that's okay.
16221 South Vista. We just moved into our house, like I said earlier, 6 months ago. Prior to us moving in, we went through everything with our, realtor. He gave us everything for the tree farm, or the tree services that they were providing, how they weren't supposed to be using certain roads. They were supposed to abide by, the tree service, which was fine. And we were like, okay, that's something we can deal with. Well, then it was the contractor yards. Right now, they have 8 or 10 ESI trucks out there, some buses. They just brought in, I think, 6 or 7 flatbed trailers on one of the other sides of the lots that was not pictured. And I don't think it was in Amy's either, but it was as of this week. Not everyone is using their Cunamora access road. I don't know if it's their Timberline employees that are not using it, but there's been times where when they were doing the construction for that northern acre lot, that they have used my property for the big semi trucks to come in with their dirt, which it's easier because we don't have a fence at our house. So they would go into our driveway and back trucks up. And
Excuse me for interrupting, but where is your property in Reedus?
I'm directly across from where their house is supposed to be. The house that's supposed to be now their business owner or home. It's a home, but it's going to be their business site starting January 1st because they're kicking the renters out. So I am like directly across. We have 1 acre.
A little bit down from the other lady that was just testified.
I'm right next. Yes, so I'm the closest to the Timberline Tree Service.
Okay.
We're right there. And so, I open up my window, I see ESI trucks, I see trailers. That's my view. And I also see the home in which they have the renters in, and it's decrepit. It's not been taken care of properly. It's overgrown. It's not what the neighborhood should look like based off of the rural preservation. But that's
So
it.
you're saying trucks, Brent, I'm looking at a different map that you have in that one, that you have in your,
That's it.
Yeah, so they've had trucks coming in on this road, and we're right here. And so they are using our property to turn in, make their U-turn, or to circle around.
and go all the way back up to the top?
Because the top is Cunamora.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris Mulaney? Oh, yeah. You're the guy that's off the grid.
Where are you located on that?
Just south of the Evans. Right here, I'm gonna get weird L-shaped one. Yep, right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chris Maloney, 16825 Southwest Avenue. From my front porch, I have a direct line of sight to their back 10-acre lot, and I see their trucks behind the house, and it's just ugly. I don't like it. I never liked the whole situation, so that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is it Candy? I can't read it. Kavandi? Kulchik? Oh, that's you. Okay. I can read your, I'm sorry, okay. All right. Well, that concludes the people that have signed up. So unless there's anyone else here that wishes to speak. If not, you can go ahead and give a rebuttal if you'd like. I'm sorry, I couldn't read your name correctly.
Should have been a doctor.
Yeah.
down everything that they had concerns about. So they are quite a distance from our property. And when she's talking about us accessing trucks through her driveway, I honestly don't know what she's talking about. I honestly don't. When she's saying gravel trucks and stuff, I don't know. I guess I would say if she has a concern with trucks turning around in her driveway, she should probably call the police, file a complaint with that company. It's not our trucks. We do come in off of Cunamore Road. There was 2 days when we first moved into that property that our road washed out off of Cunamore Road. And so we had to bring our trucks off of Vista for 2 days. The sheriff contacted us. He said, hey, the neighbors are complaining because you're coming in off of Vista. That is correct. We've got gravel currently going down. It was 2 days, and we have not gone on Vista Avenue since then. People that are accessing the house, they live there. So they are going to access it off of Vista, but there are none of our trucks going in there. And I understand the neighbor's concern that lives, she's postage stamp around us. But they bought that property. You can't buy a 1 acre parcel in 38 acres and not expect it to change. Granted, maybe not a parking lot, I don't know, but, and I guess I would still throw the thing out there, if they are so vested in how their neighborhood is maintained and how it looks, I don't understand why they didn't buy the property to control it. Because they're saying that we shouldn't have bought the property because we are damaging them. They had the same opportunity. And we haven't done anything underhanded. We're here all the time. We're asking for permission. We're explaining what we want to do. We're not trying to be deceitful. I don't know if I've hit all the points.
One of the things that, one of the things I'd mentioned too is that the design for the parking area is matched with the conditions of the conditional use application. The berm is the height that was required. The setbacks are required. We've met everything, and this is approved through you guys. If there's some kind of modification that needs to be done, well, then maybe we talk about that at a later date, but all we're trying to do right now is add additional parking in there.
And this will be, it'll come up for you guys again in 4 years. We've already been there 1 year. And it'll come up before you again in 4 years, at which point, if there's additional things that need to be done, let's talk about that then. I think right now, we are accommodating everything that you've requested.
And I can guarantee you, there's not 1 or 2 people that are using that gun club on Cunamore Road. They have competitions down there. They have regulars every week down there. I'm down there.
And that's directly across the street from our property.
Right.
It's,
They even have night shooting down there.
like our parking area exactly almost matches what's directly across the street from it. There's gravel parking across the street where the gun club is, and there's gravel parking on the other side of Cunamore Road, which is where we are now.
And the other thing too is there's no industrial anything out there. That was the initial application that was denied for industrial was just a CUP.
So are there any other points that I haven't hit on? Because I feel like they have a lot of concerns, and I want to make sure that I address them all. There was just a lot, and I don't think that we're violating anything. I honestly don't. And our berms are 6 feet tall. And those pictures that she took from her house that's in that 1 acre lot, they have a 2-story house. So she can be up on her 2 stories, and she probably does look down on that. And so that's a view from an angle, and unfortunately, she is going to say those things because she is in the middle of our property.
Okay, any questions?
I don't think so.
You have any questions? Go ahead.
Sure. Well, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around 280 semis coming and going at 6 in the morning and 7 in the evening, and 50 was kind of a heavy lift to get through, and, you know, it was, I think we probably went with that to try to placate the neighbors some, but you're asking for quite a lot more, and, I mean, is this 280
That is
semis, heavy equipment?
To be necessarily semis. It might be utility trailers, like American Trailers. They just have utility trailers that they're parking out there. So it's not necessarily heavy industrial equipment by any means. And most of the people are not going to be, I don't think if anybody is going to be accessing it at 6 in the morning. We just put that, if you want us to change the lease, I guess I can change the lease. I don't think anybody's going to care if we make it from 8 to 6. That's fine. And ESI is, they're storage trailers that are out there. They aren't full semis, and they do have buses like that for their construction crews. So it's not heavy equipment that's out there. But yes, 280 units.
I guess whatever it is, the concern would be that it just completely clogs up that road, when they're coming and going.
Which road?
Well, that you would exit on.
Cunamore?
Yeah.
But they aren't going to be coming and going because they're going to be parking equipment
It's a storage
there.
area, it's not a,
Well, it's a contractor's yard, but there is some storage there, but it's not vehicles coming and going all the time. Like, there's not going to be 280 vehicles rolling in and out of there daily by any means.
So what are you counting in the two? Because I envision, like you say, storage. So maybe there's a lot of shipping containers that don't move, that they store things there. Is that what you're counting towards the 280? Or are you counting actual mobile vehicles?
Units. Right? I mean,
Come on up
Yeah,
there.
sorry.
Guys. Eric Kirshner, 6217 South Latigo Drive, Boise, Idaho. So essentially, ESI has all their winter gear there now. They've had 40 trailers there throughout the summer, after they started running, I think, in June or July. It's all their winter gear. That's why the pictures now show there's only 13 trailers out there currently. They've had 40 trailers there throughout the summer up until they started needing the winter gear. That's what we're looking at. Those are our ideal. American Trailer Sales, they have an overrun on winter trailers. They're buying up a bunch right now for next year. They want to store up some trailers out there. Those are our ideal clients that we'd like to shoot for. We're not looking for trucking companies coming in and out every day if we don't have to. Our lease is really trying to protect all that. So that's what we're shooting for. And that's what ESI is. That's why we were down to 13 trailers for them, because all their winter gear and winter blankets that are in those semis are out. So that's the
does
gist
that
of
answer
it.
your question?
Well, let me ask staff. I mean, when we said 50 vehicles, what is contemplated in the agreement? I mean, when I think 50 vehicles, I think 50 working trucks that are going in and out. But did that include, vehicles that are just being stored there as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, I believe it would be, with vehicles would be anything that would be, kind of defined as a vehicle. So I would say something with an engine and wheels. So I think with the 50 vehicles, it could mean, some of those vehicles could be, coming and going every day. Others could be more intermediate where, they could be there for 4 days and they get moved, one day during the week. So the 50 number of vehicles didn't really specify everyday movement or long-term storage.
And if I may, I think Brent and I and Leon, when Leon was here, was whether it was a trailer or a moving truck or a semi and a trailer, that was considered one. So whether that somebody was bringing a trailer out there and storing it, that would be considered a vehicle. And that's what we were always considering a vehicle, because ESI had a bunch of heating trailers that were only 12 feet long. I'm considering those a vehicle. Same thing with American Trailer Sales vehicles.
And we're trying to
trailers.
stay within those limits.
Yeah,
Like,
we're-
we're making sure that we're not renting over 50, like we are, and that's why we're here. We're trying to comply with everything. And they just say we don't want to be good neighbors, but we're trying to be above board. We actually are trying to do everything above board. I'm sorry they feel that way. I know they're unhappy about it. They
Yeah.
are.
And Brent went out, looked at our berms, looked at our fire
Everything was
roads.
approved.
Everything was approved. We're trying to do our best. What we got?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So you're, obviously you're soliciting for people to rent there. So what kind of clientele are you kind of contemplating or have tentative contacts with, et cetera? Is it just a potpourri now because it's just whoever comes, or do you have a client base that you're anticipating? That's why you're asking for the 280 versus
No,
50.
we don't have a client base that we're anticipating. We're anticipating that we need approximately 40 storage or 40 parking areas per the 7 acres, so that's the 280. That's how we came up with that, because ESI was taking up, they were taking up 30, 35, and they were only in a half acre.
Can you do 4?
So,
So if you,
they probably could put 100 units in an acre, honestly, but we're keeping that very limited.
so if you guys look at the picture, ESI literally used that one side there for 40
little
acres.
spot.
If you look at how cleared out that whole area is in the different shade of the dirt, that is a 1 acre spot. And they literally had 40 trucks and
they
12-foot
had
trailers.
35.
There were never 40 trucks there.
Yes, there
We
were.
lived there.
No,
We're not going to do that.
Anyways, yes, there was 40 trucks and trailers back there. No
because
trucks,
we were
trailers.
counting them to
and
make sure that we weren't
buses.
going over. So we are very aware of the amount that was there because we're renting there, and we are liable for the amount of trailers and trucks that are there. So,
And we know that people would call. We've had DEQ come out already from somebody calling on nothing. So
they
we,
didn't find anything, but
yeah.
yes.
So we try to stay
We
right
have
in
to
the
be
limits.
above board, because if we aren't, we know that we're gonna get called out for it. And that's fine.
And currently, there's a 50-unit limit on that.
Right.
And they're, being above board by not going over that amount. But they realize once they've got 40 units on that 1 acre spot, the availability for other spots
It's closed now.
is there. One of the things that they mentioned to me, there's a workforce modular. And that workforce modular is like site contractor trailers, where they have your scheduler and your project manager and the plan rack with all the plans and stuff. And you see that in every site that's being worked on right now. And then they want to store stuff out there. And they want 3 acres, apparently. Nothing's been nothing's been contracted
Because we don't have the spots available, so we're not.
because they're not allowed to
offering
have any
anybody.
more than 50.
Right.
Okay.
And so obviously, those trailers are not gonna be in and out daily. We're not gonna have 100 trailers, construction trailers in and out daily. They're gonna pull them out as they need them.
I guess part of.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Part of my concern is the way you've been describing it. It's kind of the use that we approved is 50 vehicles, and you're kind of walking around a variety of different things. So the precise use is not clearly defined. So that might be useful if the precise use was more clearly defined.
I think the nomenclature that we're using is vehicles. Like Eric said, a vehicle could be a trailer that doesn't have a motor on it. A vehicle could be the tractor trailers that have the concrete blankets for winter and they store those in the summer.
Well, also, I think the contractor's yard vehicles has a definition, doesn't it, Brent?
Yeah, from our understanding, a
That already
trailer of
is.
size.
That already is defined in the contractor's yard definition.
So
Correct.
is that correct? And if so, what is it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, I know we have a definition for commercial vehicles. So there's a definition for commercial vehicles. So typically in the county, if somebody has a property in an unincorporated county, they're allowed to park 1 commercial vehicle on their property. So obviously a contractor's yard, you would allow for more than 1 commercial vehicle to be parked on a property. I don't recall with the contractor's yard specific use standards if it defines, a contractor's vehicle or not. So
I guess our vision is.
Well, the compliance officer, Tom, stated the trailers were part of it when they were discussing our property, our 2-acre property. And so
Well, they're
that's where.
wondering what kind of business.
Right.
And so, the business would be basically construction-type businesses.
Are you counting the modular office as a vehicle?
Yes,
Yeah.
each one of those would be a unit, in our opinion, is what we're considering that.
Because I think that's part of the concern of the neighbors is not just the numbers, but what they are. That's my perception. So that's why I was trying to clarify in my mind what you,
I can't tell you specifically.
when you were asking, if you had a universe in mind or if you'd contacted certain people and
Construction-type industry.
Exactly, ESI is perfect person that we strive for,
Those are typically the people that need a construction yard.
location.
And it's the construction that's going on Curamora Road. They want,
No, it's local construction companies that need a place to put their vehicles for overflow.
Yeah, ESI's probably made a deal with the devil because every time I see a construction sign, it says ESI on it. They're all over the valley. And so, each construction site needs, like if they're gonna come in and they're gonna do curb gutter and sidewalk. In the wintertime, you can't really do that under 40 degrees. So if it's under 40 degrees, you're gonna have to come in and put blankets on it. Those units that they have out there stored those construction blankets, and they're for a project maybe over in Cuna, maybe over in Meridian, maybe
So
over in
It is
Eagle.
for local
That's
construction
local
companies.
construction guys. So they don't have a site themselves to store this, and that's what they're looking for, is a place
Correct.
to park their trailers or park their buses or whatever.
Yeah, we're familiar with the ESI.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
ESI. Yeah, not familiar with them. So I guess there's 4 years left of what you're doing now. So do you have any idea of how to make it better for some of the situation that's been presented vis-à-vis the neighbors?
I think there's very little that's going to make the neighbors happy. I don't know. I'm happy to address that in 4 years. Are we open to that? Yes, we're open to discussion in 4 years. If this has not worked, if we need to do something different, I'm open to discussion in 4 years. Absolutely.
So, and we do have fire lanes all around the property that we've worked on, making sure that there won't be an issue. We have put berms along the entire south of the property line. Very few of them can actually see the yard. The one hiccup that we have in the whole wide world is from Vista to basically the ESI trailers, there's a 10-foot grade raise. I've got a 7-foot berm out there. I do have a 7-foot berm out there. You can stand up, you'll see it's over my skid steer, it's over our skid loader. So I don't know what more to do. I think we were limited on a 6-foot berm. I can build bigger berms all day long if that appeases
If need
people.
be.
What about a screening fence for the one neighbor?
The 1 acre
thing that we-
lot, she's on a 2-story house.
Pictures, one was from my upper bedroom.
Right.
The other one
I
was
think
from.
commercial.
And when I talked to Jim, he was saying that you guys were thinking about putting a fence
We
down.
don't want
Sorry,
dialogue going
sorry.
back and forth.
Yeah.
That's not,
So, yeah, we can,
In
there's
4
things that
years-
we can do.
Yeah, they talked about maybe planting trees there if we,
If you guys remember, this whole thing was from industrial. We've been trying to compromise and work with everybody along the way. We'll gladly help out here. So we're not trying to,
but we can't put a 20-foot fence because he's right, like it does have a 10-foot drop that goes there, so it would have to be a very tall fence.
Well, on commercial entities, you're only allowed a 8-foot fence anyway.
Yeah. Are we willing to work around things in the future? Yeah, if this is insane in 4 years and they're still upset and things aren't working, I think that's why we have the 5 years, so that we can address it again. at
and
that
we
time.
have done research, commissioners, along, looking up arid trees that we can plant along Vista to try to cover up some of the parking areas, what that would cost. We have looked at that. So we have really looked at different varieties of what we can do.
There's just no
Unfortunately, the
water.
1 acre lot in the center, there's not much I can
And
do
then the
there.
property right next to us is where the solar farm is gonna go. So I don't know how many acres that property.
They've got
is.
80.
They've got 80 acres that they're putting the solar farm that's right next to our 10 acres. So
But they'll have almost zero traffic once it's
they will,
done.
the traffic, yes, the eyesore,
And unfortunately, the traffic on Cunamore is getting huge with all the trucks and all the construction and all the semi-trucks and gravel trucks from the different various lots between Blacks Creek and
and I guess if
Pleasant
traffic
Valley.
becomes an issue, that's something that'll have to be addressed.
okay. Any other questions? Any other questions?
If the whole thing was filled up, so where would the vehicles exit to Cunamora?
Well, it's still going out Cunamora currently.
Right, so I think back on that picture you were just at, right?
It's the one there. Right there.
So we have an electric gate and exit to Cunamora. We
And
never,
we have a long runway into the property, so vehicles can line up if they need to, like to get off of Cunamora and line up.
yeah, 200 feet off of Cunamora.
I don't ever see traffic backing up on there, but that would be something that we could address, I guess, in 4 years if it's a problem. Currently,
And ACHD has signed off on that access point.
All right, any more questions? No?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Brett, do we need to add any documents to the?
Mr. Chairman, we do. So exhibit number 28 will be my presentation. Exhibit number 29 will be the applicant's presentation. Exhibit number 30 will be the contractor yard rental agreement, and exhibit number 31 will be Amy Nee endorsed photos.
All right, so that's all we need to add to the record.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will close the public hearing on application 2024-00314 CUM Kirshner Holdings LLC. The hearing being closed, and what's the pleasure of the board? You want to discuss, or you want to make a motion, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I guess we had, that's why I had Brent review this from 2024 in terms of we had kind of intensive discussion then, and we established the 50 based on all the parameters of what the whole property was going to be situated. And as she pointed out, there's 4 more years, and they have to come back anyway. So I'm inclined to just let it ride the way it is and wait for the 4 years and let them come back and make their application the way it would be if they hadn't made this request.
Okay, any other discussion?
Well, like I said, I'm more concerned about the traffic than the storage per se. I mean, it's going to be an eyesore no matter what, but, I mean, more stuff it's still going to be an eyesore. But if it's, so, I guess it's just in the parsing of the language of what's a vehicle or not. If in my mind it was 280 semis coming and going every day, it'd probably be a hard no for me. But if it was 50 vehicles coming and going, but you have a lot of storage there, including vehicles stored that are only occasionally moved, it's something I could probably live with. I would maybe like to see about a compromise about putting the screening fence in if the neighbor actually wants it. But again, if vehicles are being stored and not moved, I'm more comfortable with that. But how you would parse that out in the language, I'm not quite sure.
Well, no, there's a divergence. Okay.
So could that be part of the 280 with conditions, additional conditions that we didn't put initially? Okay, because the request is just to increase the number of vehicles.
It's a good question, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Daley, I'm trying to think if you could add additional conditions. They're essentially requesting that you modify a condition. But I suppose it would be at your discretion to add, or essentially condition that request to add more conditions. I guess it may look to legal counsel to see if they have any heartburn with that approach. I think it's in your discretion with these conditional use permits to add conditions as you see fit to offset impacts. And it sounds like there may be additional concerns with the impact with the additional vehicles, and it may warrant another condition to offset the new impact.
So do we need to table this for us to get additional information?
It might not hurt.
Well, we can't get a legal opinion here, so yeah, so if we need an additional legal information, we'll have to do that and then make a decision at that time. We can't take any more information because I've closed the public hearing. Public hearing has been closed, and we've taken all the information that we can take. But we can, if we want to search on additional legal information, we can get that information, and we can't get legal advice at a public setting. So we'll have to table it till a time certain. We can do that. We can table it to another date, probably in January sometime. Would that be appropriate, you think?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that would give adequate time.
Okay, and then we could make a decision as to whether to, how we should proceed. But I kind of tend to agree with the people here. We don't even know if we can add conditions. So we need to find that out. So,
Mr. Chairman, I guess that's my frustration right now is knowing what we have the capacity to do. So I'm ready for a motion.
Well, I'm ready for accept a motion. We could go a little longer, or we could go a little while before it gets to midnight.
I was going to say, we have a few minutes before midnight. So.
I'd accept a motion.
So I move that we table application 2024-00314/ZU-M Kirchner Holdings LLC to what's the date, Richard?
Give us an OBM in first part of January.
So we have an OBM on the 6th.
Okay.
January 6th, 2026, so that we can get legal advice.
Get additional legal advice, because we don't know if we can do what some of the people talking about. All right, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? I think it's appropriate for us to, we cannot get legal advice in a public hearing, or we have to get that legal advice privately. All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye? Aye. Motion carries. So, gosh, we got another 20 minutes before it turns midnight. Maybe we could figure out a way of hanging here a little longer. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, is there any other business that needs to be brought before the board? All right. Well, we're adjourned. Thank you.